We can. All right, ready to go? All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, December 1st, 2020 meeting of the Placer County Board of Supervisors. We will begin with a flag salute led by Supervisor Whitehand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Megan, would you read the way people can participate in public comment this morning?
The board chambers will be open to in-person attendance in order to protect public health and safety of our Placer County citizens. The county has limited in-person attendance to just 25% of the room's capacity and requires 6 feet social distancing inside and outside chambers. There will be no standing room in chambers. If all seats are occupied, citizens will be asked to wait outside chambers due to reduced capacity and ask citizens to only be in chambers during the item they wish to speak to. You may also participate in public comment virtually through the Zoom, utilizing the raise hand function. When the chair announces the item, please raise your hand to give public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to our consent agenda. All items will be taken with one motion. These are items routine in nature, unless we remove items from the consent calendar. So items that will be pulled at this point from my colleagues, let's see, 21E.
I'm sorry, 21 what?
21E,
E?
23C,
Hang on, I'm still working on 21E.
21E,
23.
23C,
Charlie?
Charlie, 14A,
Jeez Louise. Some of y'all bingo.
15A 3.2, and 15A 3.5. Those were requested by somebody in the community. And anybody else have something to pull from my colleagues? All right, and then anybody
I'm sorry,
else?
just clarification.
Yeah.
You said 15A 3.2. I see 15A 1 through 4. I don't see
Oh,
3.2.
2, and then, well, I don't know. I have to go back to the email. Do you have it?
No, the email was written that way. Your confusion comes from the fact the email was incorrectly constructed. So you read the email properly. The email was not properly
Okay,
written.
so
Direct us which
13.
one's the one off.
Sorry, let me find it. 13A 3 and 15A 3 and 4? 3 and 5, and there is no 3 and 5.
The whole thing.
So
We'll just pull the whole
we
thing.
need to pull
We'll just pull
15.
15A. There we go. And then we'll have a conversation about it. All right. Anything else from my colleagues? No. Anybody else from the public or online? Remove anything.
To clarify, did you pull 14B? as in what?
14A.
Sorry.
Oh, no, 14B. You told me 14. You told me wrong.
No, but I said 14A.
All right. So 14A and B. Okay. We can tell we are going to have one heck of a board meeting today, folks.
And the point of consent is what again?
All right. So 14A and 14B. All right. Nobody else from the public wanted to remove anything.
I see no raising hand.
All right. So with that,
I'll second.
all right. So a motion by Holmes, second by Gustafson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Or do we need a roll
Aye.
call?
Wygant, Holmes, Euler,
Aye.
Gustafson, Gore.
Aye. Thank you. All right. Let's start with 14A, which is the 2021 Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting schedule. Supervisor Gustafson, did you have a question?
I just had one question or comment on the special workshop on February 24th. That conflicts with the TRPA Governing Board Day for me, so
we're working through that. We left it on there for the date, but we're looking at making an adjustment on the schedule. So
Okay.
we'll come back to you probably in January, if not sooner, about
yeah,
that
if
time.
if we could time it so that I can take any actions they need me to vote on, because it's a complicated voting structure there.
Sure.
And they need a majority of both states on some of them votes, so. anyway.
We have a facilitator that we're just working on
Okay.
her schedule, so
Great.
we'll
That was
make it
my only
happen.
point. Thank you.
Supervisor Euler?
And then I also wanted that one removed, not because I have a conflict of a meeting, but because it references the attachment as updated the 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting calendar, and I'm sure that's supposed to mean updated 2021 as the attachment.
Yes, thank
Yeah.
you.
We want no more of 2020.
You're right.
Okay.
That was,
With that, I'll move approval.
and second?
All right, motion by Gustafson, second by Euler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. And then 14B, which is approve the minutes of the Board of Supervisors as attached in the staff report. And I think we had a correction. Is that correct, Karen?
That's correct. On page 507 of your packet, the minutes for September the 22nd, in the first paragraph, there's a typographical error. It says September 8th. It should say September 22nd. That was the only change.
All right. I doubt if we have any public comments, so we can take action. Motion by Holmes, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion carries. All right, let's move to 15A. We'll take all of those. So Daniel, yeah, if you would just come up, and I don't know if you saw the comments from the public that came through. So if you want to address this item, and then we can take any questions from the public. Thank you.
The board. I'm Daniel Chatney with the County Executive Office. So item 15A are 4 county financial policies that are being requested to be updated. If you recall, on November 10th at the board workshop, at the budget workshop, these policies were presented in red line format for your consideration at that time. These policies were just put in final format for today's vote to approve those changes to the policies. Specifically on the debt management policy in items 3.2 and 3.5, this section of the policy really is just defining the appropriate uses of county debt or county debt issuance for what types of projects, and not necessarily how those projects are approved or presented to the board for approval, or the debt financing documents, which are required to come to the board for final approval in addition to that. So that would be the answers that I have for those 2 items. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Daniel. And for clarification, any item that has to do with debt or policy comes before this board in open session to make decisions about, and public can always participate in any of those conversations when it comes to debt or financing, et cetera.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Gustafson?
Yeah, I just wanted to have you again state that there is no new authority being granted to the Board of Supervisors through this action. I think there was a misunderstanding that somehow there was new authority here or a change. It's really formalizing a much more succinct policy as it relates to debt management. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes. Those 2 sections, 3.2 and 3.5, are actually unchanged.
Okay.
There were no changes made to either of those sections in the red line versions or in the final versions being presented today.
Great.
So.
Thank you very much.
And we'll open this up to the public if there is somebody on Zoom who wants to make a comment, or anybody in the public on this item.
I have no hand raises on Zoom.
All right, thank you. We'll bring this back to the board for action.
Second?
Motion by Wygant, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Daniel. And next, item 21E, which is the short-term rental compliance services. And let's see, do we have somebody online? Yes. Okay, good morning, Brett and Doug. We'll have you just give us a brief synopsis of this item, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Brett Wood. I'm joined with Mr. Doug Jastro. We're requesting your board's approval of an RFP for short-term rental compliance services to Deckert Technologies of San Diego, California, in the amount of $221,680 for a 2-year period of December 1st, 2020 through December 31st of 2022, as well as asking your board's approval for 3 additional 1-year renewal periods, not to exceed 3% annually, and authorize the purchasing manager to sign all required documents. As a little bit of background for your board, we have historically, since 2016, used a company called Host Compliance to perform the short-term compliance services. through the Revenue Services Division as part of the TOT program, the Transient Occupancy Tax Program. Host compliance was recently renewed in 2019. At that time, we had recommended, or we had advised your board that we would be doing an RFP based on other marked interest from other firms in responding to these services. So during this year, we, being procurement and revenue services, collaborated together to develop an RFP, put it out on the street for public review, and we received 4 different responses to this proposal. And after evaluation panel consisting of staff from revenue services and the county executive office, we are recommending to your board DEC Technologies for these services. It is a negotiated contract with a little bit of implementation cost for year 1, in addition to annual ongoing fees of $83,700 for the first year and $88,700 for the second year. We've also negotiated with them for a not to exceed rate of 3% on an annual basis for the following 3 renewal periods. With that, both Mr. Jastrow and I are available to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Gustafson?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the report and the opportunity to comment on this and ask a couple questions. What was the comparable contract with host compliance? What was the dollar amount that we've been paying annually to host compliance?
Doug, could you take that one?
We have an audio issue. Okay.
I believe it was about $240,000 is what we had renewed it for in 2019.
And that was annually or biannually?
Annually, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, so good cost savings then. Are the services comparable? I'm assuming we've had some challenges this year, as Doug knows, in communication and issues with our new short-term rental ordinance and enforcement, and there's been some concern from the public express that when they call the hotline and those types of services, there hasn't been good follow-through. So I just want to make sure that Deckard is prepared to undertake the same level of cooperation with our staff and our short-term rental enforcement staff.
Supervisor Gustafson, can you hear me now?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, excellent. Doug Jastrow, Revenue Services Manager. Absolutely. We've been working with Deckard Technology now since, I'd say for the past 3 weeks. We're very impressed with their abilities, and we should be able to go live on many of the services shortly after the contract potentially could be executed today. So we're looking really good as far as the transition and the services that they're providing. Definitely comparable. We're looking to see quite a bit of an upgrade on at least a few as far as their ability to recognize pre-bookings for short-term rentals, and also their ability to scrape data from online reservation platforms.
Great. Will the hotline number remain the same?
The hotline number is ours. It belongs to the county. It never was in the possession of any vendor, so the number will remain the same.
And then those calls will just be forwarded to Deckard? Will they continue to then be the
I can't speak specifically as to the hotline. That's being handled by code compliance, but I believe that that the transition is also going to be seamless with that as well.
Okay, great. Well, I just wanted to make sure the transition was good and communication was good with our property management firms and others that have been relying heavily on communication back and forth with host compliance. And I do appreciate that hopefully we can look at some improved levels of service for those in the industry up there. Trying to do the right thing and not getting communication with host compliance was a challenge at times. So thank you. Those are my only questions.
Supervisor Euler, question?
Oh, I'm sorry, no.
Nope, no question. All right, we'll open this up to the public if there's any public comment either on Zoom or in the public on this item.
I have no hand raises on Zoom.
All right, we'll bring it back.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And then item 23C, it's William Jessup University Institute for Biodiversity and the Environment. funding to help offset the cost of equipment and supplies for the project. And I am going to recuse myself since I sit on the Board of Trustees for William Jessup University, and I will hand it to Supervisor Wygant.
Do we have a presentation on this at all, or is it self-evident? Or any questions from the public?
I have no public comment on this item.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Yeah, I like your style.
It's almost like you've done that before.
So
All
far,
right.
so good. It's early.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll move to public comment. That ends our consent agenda. So this is an opportunity for the public to comment on items that are not on our agenda. And please note that the board is not able to take action on these items. If we've got anybody in the public, we'll start with people in the chambers first. And then folks on Zoom, you can raise your hand as well. Good morning, Judy.
Hi, good morning. Judy Eisman, North Auburn resident. Today I'm here to speak to you on behalf of Protect Rail Placer. I just wanted to come with a progress report on Hidden Falls. Yesterday, Andy Fisher and Lisa Carnahan with the Parks Department took me on a tour of the Twilight Ride property, and it was really great to be able to see firsthand the property and hear about, you know, what is proposed to go where versus only seeing on paper. Because I'm only a newbie to North Auburn, only have lived there for 10 years, not 30 and 40. So I thank them for that. The other item that I wanted to share with you is that Andy mentioned during our tour that there was a litany of items from the Planning Commission that they needed to address, and they are going to address them with the Planning Commission in 2021. So we all can, you know, enjoy our holidays and not have to read through a bunch of documents and papers that they're going to be sharing. And he assured me that he would make them available for public viewing so we could review those. And we also talked about getting together and having a meeting with Protect Rail Placer. And so I'm hopeful that we can do that as well. And also one of those items that the Planning Commission had asked about was making sure that the Parks Department not only meets with the ag and also the extension program, was that they do meet with the ranchers, the grazers in the nearby area, as well as the Farm Bureau and Tahoe Cattlemen's Association. So I'm looking forward to working with Parks Department, Andy and Lisa moving forward. And I also wanted to thank them for their openness and their candor. So I like to bring good news to you as well. So
Thank you, Judy. Appreciate it. Anyone else here in the chambers right now? All right, we'll move to Zoom for comments from the public. And as a reminder, we ask that people keep their comments to 3 minutes or less, please.
We have no public comment.
We have no public comment. All right, anybody else here in the board chambers? All right. Okay, and it looks like that keeps us on agenda, which is nice. Okay, so next we're going to go ahead and close public comment if there's nobody else who wants to comment in the public on any other item. So we'll close public comment and we will move to board member and county executive reports. Looks like no lights on for my colleagues. So Todd, do you have a report, please?
Great. Yes, I have 2 items I wanted to share with you. The first one is our treasurer, Janine Windenhausen's on the Zoom call. I'd like to bring her up on the screen. She wanted to give a quick update about the tobacco securitization bond financing that we just completed here in November. Just a quick update for you all, and then I have one other item for you. Janine, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. After a 2-week marketing period, the county's underwriter, Steeple Municipal Finance Group, priced the California Tobacco Securitization Agency Gold Country Settlement Funding Corporation bonds, otherwise known as the Placer County Tobacco Bonds, on November 19th. The market conditions were excellent. The bonds sold with yields ranging from 0.2% to 4.18%, depending upon the maturity, or an aggregate borrowing cost of 3.3%. This set a new level for tobacco bond prices in California and possibly the nation. Placer's bonds were sold for interest rates that were less than Merced and Sonoma County tobacco bonds, which were sold just a couple weeks prior, and Los Angeles County tobacco bonds, which were sold just a couple months earlier. After the order period, the bonds were oversubscribed by 6.4 times, which means that investors put in orders for more than 6 times the amount of bonds we had offered for sale. There were 29 institutional investors who placed orders, including many recognized industry names. As indicated to the board in my update and the actions that the board took in support of refinancing the county's outstanding tobacco bonds, we had a floor of approximately 3.5 million, which if we had gone through that floor, it just wasn't worth doing the deal, and we would have folded our cards, at least temporarily, until the market returned. But we hope to approach 5 million in proceeds that could be applied towards capital projects in the county. So the result of some innovative marketing and hard work by the entire financing team and the market conditions at the time of the bond is that there are now available 6.6 million to apply to Placer County Government Center infrastructure improvements and other board approved projects. So the deal will close on December 8th, and that's when the 6.6 million will be deposited into the Treasury. And I just want to give a big thank you and a congratulations to the entire financing team, including Steeple Municipal Finance, Del Rio Advisors, Norton Rose Fulbright, and the CEO and the auditor's office, as well as the treasurer's staff. So it was very, very successful. I'm very pleased to report the outcome of this to the board. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
That's great news. Thank you, Janine, for the update. Looks like, Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, not a question, Janine, but just an observation. Yes, the team is to be thanked for their good work on the bond sale. However, as you're well aware, the fact that we were oversubscribed and the fact that we were able to attract the kind of pricing that we attracted is reflective of the fact that your team, this Board of Supervisors, CEO's office, has been mindful for years and years of the long-term fiscal health of our county. And I think that's reflected in the market's confidence in us in the bond issuance. So yes, thank you to your team for what they did on this particular sale, but it's the work that they do year in and year out that puts us in that position.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. And then anything else? And Janine, thank you. It looks like no other comments. Appreciate your report and your hard work on this. Yeah, good news.
Yeah, great job, Janine. I want to touch on a different topic. One, you're going to see about the impact grants for the Placer Shares program here in just a little bit. But I did want to share with you the marketing effort that's gone on over the last probably 3 weeks. This is really a combination between the cities, the chambers, the gallery, and also up in the Tahoe Resort Association, North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, really a campaign around shopping local. And I have a little foam board that we're actually putting out. There's a lot of materials that are available to our business community. We're getting this stuff out. Really, the effort's all about making sure that we're shopping local and keeping those dollars in our community through sales tax, and obviously those get reinvested into the communities in which they represent. So we have I think it's just been a great collaborative effort. I want to give a kudos to our communications team, our academic development staff, and really the other cities in the Resort Association for embracing an effort that we're working together on, because I do think talking in unison about these issues are really important. So we started this effort prior to the Thanksgiving holiday and all the shopping. That's going to continue through the holiday season, and I think the success of this is probably going to resonate past the holiday season. We're going to try and keep this momentum and building as we move forward. So we're actually giving out packets and information to each of our municipal partners and the Resort Association. We have a number of folks that our business community as well as our chambers. I know there's some folks on our board that have actually put up some Zoom calls. So there's some video that supporting this effort. So I'd encourage us to continue that. We also have a website that was dedicated, shopplacer.com, all one word. It allows individuals to go and really identify looking at the support that we have around our small business community. So again, website shopplacer.com. So there'll be information, and you're going to probably see a lot of these sort of visuals out to our individual business owners and really spreading that word around. So I wanted to share that. It's really in concert with the investment that we're making on the impact grants over the last month and a half. So I wanted to just give a quick update on what's going on there.
Thank you, Todd. That's right. Show love for local, shop local.
Yep.
Wear your face coverings and support our local businesses who are really struggling during this season. Need our support. I told my husband he's not allowed to shop online this season. He has to buy local. All right. Thank you, Todd. Appreciate that update. And we will move on to the business at hand, which is our 9:20 timed item, Community Development Resource Agency, single room occupancy residential housing zoning text amendment. And I believe Devin is on Zoom. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So good morning. My name is Devin McNally. I'm a new planner under Shauna Purvines, who I believe is in the board chambers. And she'll be helping me out with this. I'm a new planner with the Community Development Resource Agency. And the item I'm bringing before you today is a zoning text amendment initiated by county staff to update the county's existing regulations governing single room occupancy housing, also known as SROs. So if you can go to the next slide and the next slide. So a little bit about SROs. They're a form of supportive housing the county code already provides for, and they provide low-cost housing to individuals who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. They're typically small one-bedroom units, about 400 or less square feet, and they may have shared bathroom and cooking facilities. So they're typically created through the conversion of an existing hotel or motel into long-term housing, and they're currently allowed for by the county code in zones where multifamily residential uses are allowed, either with a minor permit or a conditional use permit, depending on the number of units. Next slide. So in reviewing the county's existing regulations for SRO, staff identified permitting as barrier for many of these projects to convert from a hotel or a motel into an SRO. And the reason for this is a lot of these conversions rely on grants or other time-sensitive funds. And so any delays in securing the appropriate entitlements can put these funds at risk and therefore the project itself. So these proposed changes that we're recommending will continue the county's efforts to increase SRO availability and therefore supportive housing overall in the county. And it would streamline the process while still maintaining provisions in the current SRO ordinance with regards to design and neighborhood compatibility. Next slide. So the first change would be to discretionary permitting. So the table you see there is taken out of Chapter 17, the allowable uses table. And so the changes would be to SROs with 30 or fewer units. It would be allowed as a zoning clearance in those zones it's currently allowed in. And then for SROs with 31 or more units, it would be allowed as a minor use permit. And I will want to note on that table, there is one mistake in the CPD zone for the SRO with 30 or fewer units. It says it's currently a minor use permit. It actually is a conditional use permit, and that is cleaned up in the draft ordinance that is on file with the clerk's office, but I wanted to note that really quick. And so these changes would make it so that there would be still a level of review, and they would still have to meet the design and standards of the applicable zone, but it would make it a little bit easier to get those entitlements. We also added language regarding new structures or new construction SROs, and those new constructions or new structures would have to go through a design review to ensure that they're complying with the relevant standards under the zone in which they're building that new structure. Next slide. Then this next change is this Tahoe specific change, and the reason for this is that TRPA and the Tahoe Basin Area Plan don't have specific regulations regarding SROs. So that means that the regulation defaults back to the county zoning ordinance. So that's why we're putting it in here. And so what this will do is it will add language that clarifies that SRO units that are converting from a hotel or a motel in the Tahoe Basin area can keep their tourist accommodation unit status instead of having to go through the complex TRPA conversion process. So South Lake Tahoe City is doing this currently, and TRPA was the one who approached us and recommended that we add this language into our code as well, given their success doing it. Next slide. So the final change is to add language in clarifying that SRO housing is permitted in zones with mixed use that allow mixed use projects, since those also allow multifamily residential uses. This would just be for consistency. And then we're asking the board to find that this is exempt from CEQA under the California Public Resources Code, section 21080.5, and the CEQA guidelines sections 15061B3 and 15301. Next slide. And so county staff is recommending that the Board of Supervisors make the following findings. First, find the proposed zoning text amendment to be exempt in accordance with Public Resources Code and relevant CEQA guidelines sections. And then also to adopt an ordinance to amend the Placer County Code, Chapter 17, Articles 17.6, 17.20, 22, 26, 30, 48, and 56 pertaining to single-room occupancy residential housing based on the findings in the staff report.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that report. And I don't see any questions. Yes, I do have a question. Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you. Obviously, I support what our intent is, but I'm always concerned with unintended consequences. And so, Shauna, I might ask you, is there any ability, maybe not initially, but later, for someone to transition these single room occupants to multi-unit long-term occupants versus continuing to keep a turnover? Or I guess what I'm looking for is the idea of property values in Tahoe can obviously push us toward residential second homeowners purchasing units. And so trying to make sure that the intent is clear that this is for a certain population that we really need to serve, and it doesn't fluctuate with the market to a different place.
So we definitely can consider that as part of the permits that are coming through. I'm sorry, Shauna Purvines, Community Development Resources Agency. We can consider that as part of the permits coming through. As it's proposed today, when you convert to a single room occupancy, it's for permanent supportive housing. So the idea is that it retains that permanency for that use, particularly in the TRPA area. They are retaining their TAUs, though, for the purpose that it may want to convert back to a tourism accommodation unit. So for, funding that the county's investing in, we can also, include that there are those limitations, that it doesn't just convert to short-term rentals.
Actually, it's not the short-term rentals. I was more concerned with it transitioning to condos for sale at a much higher price, and then again pricing out the people in need of housing.
That would require a full map amendment to
Okay.
complete that. So that would be a whole other entitlement process that they would have to.
Great. I just wanted
Yeah.
to make sure that there weren't any unintended consequences that can often happen.
Thank you. Any questions from the public? We do have one. And Karen, do you want to say something? while we
Yeah, I
get the
do.
public?
There was an error in the original ordinance that is in your packet, and perhaps we could address where the change is and the fact that you have an amended ordinance in front of you for this.
I think he actually.
Did you
He
mention that?
addressed it during the staff report.
Okay.
Yeah,
Apologize.
not a problem. And so we've got somebody on the line who wanted to make a public comment.
Megan, go ahead and give your comments.
Good morning, supervisors and staff. Megan Chalimi, Kings Beach resident, and I also sit on seat 1 of the North Tahoe Regional Advisory Council. Thank you for this morning's presentation. When I looked at this particular ZTA, the questions that immediately came to mind was the impact on the tourist accommodation units. Thank you for that clarification. But most interestingly was what is the driver for this ZTA? Is it to provide more affordable housing? One of the comments that have been receiving quite constantly from Kings Beach residents is that Kings Beach should not be the center for affordable housing. We have a dozen of these, dozens really, literally, of these units, a lot in the Kings Beach, but also in Tahoe Vista, that are hotels and motels that have already been converted into long-term housing and provide housing for those folks. But the other impact is that Kings Beach could become the center for affordable housing. Residents are really uncomfortable with this because the impact on the property values, the impact on sales tax, the impact on TOT. So that's my comments for this morning. I thank the board for their attention.
Thank you, Megan. Appreciate your comment. Any other public comments, Megan?
I see no other public comment.
All right, we'll bring it back to the board for any other questions or deliberation.
None, I'll move approval.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Supervisor Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Devin. We'll move to our 9:30 timed item, which is the adoption of the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan Fee Program. And Claudia, you must be on Zoom? All right.
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman Gore and members of the board. My name is Claudia Wade and I'm representing the Community Development Resource Agency and will be presenting the proposed Placer Vineyard Specific Plan Development Impact Fee Program. Today we're asking the board to introduce and waive the oral reading. I'm sorry, next slide. Let's see the. Thank you. We're asking the board to introduce and waive the oral reading of an ordinance to amend Placer County Code, Chapter 15, to add Article 15.85 entitled the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan Fee Program. Adopt a resolution approving the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan Impact Fee Program report for the establishment of the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan Fee Program fee schedule and set the initial amount of the fees. Approve the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan Fee Program implementation checklist and authorize the Community Development Agency Director or designee to approve minor technical modifications to the Placer Vineyard Specific Plan Fee Program implementation checklist. Next slide. Just to give you a regional context on the location of the Placer Vineyard Fee Program, it is located in the southwest corner of Placer County near the city of Roseville and is in the Dry Creek Community Plan area. Next slide. The Placer Vineyard Specific Plan covers 5,230 acres and will add approximately 14,500 units. residential units and approximately 3.5 million building square feet of non-residential, including commercial, mixed use, business park, town center, commercial retail, power center retail, and office to the county. Next slide. Bit of a background. Placer Vineyard's specific plan was approved by the board on July of 2007. The specific plan and the development agreement were both amended in 2015. Section 2.5.6 of the DA requires the county to establish a fair share mechanism to cover the cost of the infrastructure, public facilities, and equipment needed by the benefiting land uses. There are approximately 22 developers in Placer Vineyard's fee program, and this fee program is very similar to the Riolo Vineyard's specific plan fee program, which was established in 2017, in that it was requested by the developer to establish a fair share mechanism. Next slide. The key components to the fee program include the PVSP infrastructure fee component, a supplemental county facilities fee, a neighborhood park fee, community park fee, and Sac County improvements fee. In the following slides will give a brief overview of what each of these components entail. Next slide. The Placer Vineyards infrastructure fee is made up of the total backbone infrastructure servicing the benefited land uses, and that includes street work, potable and recycled water, dry utilities, sanitary sewer, storm drain, and the PVSP fee program administration. Each of the 5 components includes this admin fee, which will be explained in a later slide. Next slide. The Riolo Vineyards specific plan sewer facilities is part of the infrastructure component. However, it was separated as a set aside to exclusively collect its fee and ensure reimbursement to Riolo Vineyards specific plan. As a background on this particular infrastructure, Riolo Vineyards specific plan development contains sewer facilities, lift station, sewer force main, which serves both Riolo Vineyards specific plan and Placer Vineyards specific plan. About 85% of its capacity is serving Placer Vineyards, 15% is Riolo Vineyards. The lift station in question and sewer facilities has been constructed. It is under testing, is my understanding. Under the proposed fee schedule, the facility will be reimbursed over approximately 6,700 equivalent dwelling units paid at the time of issuance of building permit. The facilities are about $6.4 million. Riolo Vineyards and Placer Vineyards documents anticipated a separate reimbursement agreement with Placer Vineyards developer for Riolo Vineyards constructed improvements that benefit them. We received comments from Riolo Vineyards who may speak today. Their comments relayed their concern with the proposed timing of reimbursement of the Riolo Vineyards sewer facility. Issues were raised regarding timing of reimbursement contingent on how quickly 6,700 units are brought forward. Riolo Vineyards is looking for reimbursement on a quicker timeline. Preliminary discussion of an upfront payment was made between the two parties, but that is not being proposed today. If done through other county-based reimbursement mechanisms, this would be accomplished similar to the Placer Vineyards fee reimbursement trigger, and a payment would be done at time of issuance of building permits. It is done at sewer connection fees through DPW. Kevin Bell's here, should be present if you have any questions regarding processes with sewer infrastructure reimbursements. Next slide, please. A little more history on some of the reimbursement discussions that we have held. Initially, Placer Vineyards and Riolo Vineyards developers had a reimbursement agreement, which was close to finalization. Homes by Town was the previous landowner of Riolo Vineyards specific plan area. However, Homes by Town transferred the land to Taylor Builders without the executed reimbursement agreement. We were informed that when Taylor Builders approached Placer Vineyards Development Group, new terms of the draft agreement were being sought. Ultimately, an agreement was never entered into. Placer Vineyards appeared that they were going to construct first. They went to bid, but were unable to construct the project due to outstanding items remaining. Taylor Builders wanted to move forward and had 2 sets of plans. A smaller build of the lift station to accommodate the build out of Riolo Vineyards specific plan, and a portion of Placer Vineyards, and the full build containing the capacity to accommodate all of phase 1 of Placer Vineyards and build out of Riolo Vineyards. Taylor Builders asked the county if they could use Placer Vineyards bid documents in the interest of time, as they wanted to meet their business needs, to progress with the second subdivision, Glen Willow, within the Riolo Vineyard specific plan, and opted to construct the larger project. Again, Kevin Bell is available for further details and information on the infrastructure and plan sets. Once Riolo Vineyards elected to build the project, the county held meetings and conversations with both parties to reach an agreement on the reimbursement. Staff is presenting the closest compromise that could be reached. The Placer Vineyards fee program is required to include the Riolo Vineyards sewer facilities reimbursement to Riolo Vineyards specific plan. Proposed Placer Vineyards fee program includes a reimbursement of Placer Vineyards portion of the sewer facilities constructed within Riolo Vineyards. Placer Vineyards are proposing an accelerated reimbursement to Riolo Vineyards compared to the rest of the reimbursement program, and that credits will not be allowed for this component. Fees will be immediately collected and reimbursed to Riolo Vineyards. Now, reimbursements for oversizing of facilities is consistent for the remainder of the infrastructure, including the remaining sewer, roads, and all other eligible facilities. Next slide, please. The remaining components include, as I mentioned, the supplemental county facilities fee, which adds additional funding for facilities beyond the countywide capital facilities fee structure. And that includes financing for future sheriff facilities and transit facilities, including an additional $13 million. Next slide, please. And the neighborhood parks fee is to fund the Placer Vineyards park facilities fee needed to accommodate neighborhood parks, some private parks, pedestrian, bicycle trails within the project area, and the admin component. Next slide. Thank you. The community park fee component is a fair share component for the construction of new community parks, recreation facilities, including a pool, a gym, field lighting, park shop, corporation yard to be included. Next slide, please. The following component is as a result, Sac County improvements fee, is as a result of the EIR noting that the Placer Vineyards fee program impacted several of the roadway infrastructure within Sac County. It was noted that it needed to be mitigated. It was determined that we could mitigate this by including it into the Placer Vineyards fee program. Next slide, please. Now, the 2% component that you see in all of the 5 components is for the administration of the fee program, which includes staff time or consultant time to update costs, bring forth the 5-year updates, annual updates, the fee credits reimbursements, or any other activity required to administer the program by staff. Next slide, please. The implementation checklist describes the process of administration of the fee program for the fee credit reimbursement. It allows for the consistent administration of the fee program. The staff is also requesting that the board allow the CDR director designee to approve any modifications to the document as necessary to administer the fee program. Next slide. So today, by adopting the fee program, it meets the requirements of the development agreement. It meets the condition of approval to approve any small lot map in Placer Vineyards. It meets the condition of approval to finalize the Placer Vineyards Park District formation and fulfills the requirement of mitigating the Sac County roadways described in the EIR. And I mentioned it meets the conditions of approval to approve any small lot map. On December 15th, staff will be bringing before your board 2 small lot maps, which require meeting Sac County mitigation and Parks District formation, which are both contingent on adoption of the fee program. Those 2 maps are Villages 1A and 1B within Property 1A of Placer Vineyards fee program. And their intent is to pull building permits on in February. In order to do so, the fee program requires adoption. Next slide. So next steps are a second reading of ordinance for adoption of the fee program, which will be before your board on December 15th. And the fee program will go into effect in mid-February. Next slide. That concludes my presentation. We are asking the board to introduce and waive the oral reading of the ordinance, to amend Placer County Code Chapter 15 to add Article 15.85 entitled the Placer Vineyard Specific Fund Fee Program, adopt the resolution approving the fee program and setting its initial fees, approve the Placer Vineyard Specific Fund Fee Program implementation checklist, and authorize the Community Development Agency Director or designee to approve minor technical modifications to the checklist.
Doesn't look like we have questions right now. Yes, we do. Supervisor Euler.
Just one quick question of council. It's been referenced and was referenced in the presentation on, it was slide number 8. The anticipated reimbursement agreement between the parties for the sewer facilities. That is not to be confused with the previous slide, slide number 5, which cites the development agreement for Placer Vineyards, the section which requires the establishment of a fair share mechanism to cover the cost of infrastructure, public facilities, all the rest. That is internal to the project amongst the various owners and signatories to the development agreement. That is not binding upon this project working with other projects. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Other questions? Sorry. Let's go ahead and take some public comment. Did you want to say?
Did you want to hear first from the applicant?
Oh, that would be a good point. Thank you. It's been a very long year. Good morning.
Good morning, board. I wasn't sure how this is going to work, so I thought
It's supposed to work where we hear from the applicant and then take public comment, but that's what we're going to do now.
All the rules are off this year, I'm afraid. Good morning. My name is Clark Morrison. I'm with law firm Cox, Castle, and Nicholson. I'm representing the Placer Vineyards Development Group. You should have received a letter that we submitted last night in response to some correspondence from the Riolo Vineyards developers, which we had received yesterday afternoon. I just wanted to maybe clarify a couple things for the record. In terms of the discussions with the Riolo folks, we did reach out to them 2 weeks ago today. We provided them with a copy of our fee program and provided a summary for them of what was being done to advance reimbursement to Riolo Vineyards. We invited further discussion. We invited questions. We were told they had none and that they would see us at the Board of Supervisors hearing. So they've had 2 weeks of opportunity. We've been here to listen, but we haven't heard anything until yesterday afternoon, at which point counsel for Riolo offered their legal theories of the case. We would request that the board move forward today. There have been plenty of opportunities for discussion. We're confident that the fee program is put together in an adequate way, that the county satisfied its obligations under the Riolo DA. There is no obligation under the Placer Vineyards DA to enter into a private reimbursement agreement. Under this fee program, Placer Vineyards will be paying its fair share, not only consistent with county code, but in a manner that's more accelerated than county code would ordinarily require. So we're confident. I'm here to answer any questions that folks may have, but we are prepared to move forward, and we request the board to take that action.
Thank you. Supervisor Holmes, question?
Yeah, thank you. How would that accelerated payment work out?
So under a lot of fee programs, they're building permit fees. People who have available credits can reduce the amount they have to pay in those fees. That won't be here. Every unit that goes forward after the first 252 units will pay fees that'll be allocated directly to Riolo Vineyards. No credits available against those. Every unit will pay. There's an inflation component built in into that sewer reimbursement fee. There's no requirement under that to do that under county code, but it is being done here. So, and units will be paying the Riolo fee regardless of whether they actually send sewer to that lift station and force main. So it is more accelerated. Under county code, if you look at the provisions related to sewer reimbursement agreement, the sewer reimbursement, those fees can stretch out over 30 years. And under county code, they're not even guaranteed full reimbursement if you're just, go with county's normal practice. And so this is more accelerated than you would see in a normal fee program.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Wygant.
Clark, would you describe the inflation component for me more fully?
Al Johnson's here, I believe he can explain a little more detail, but I believe it's a rolling construction cost index. So it's pretty basic.
That's good. I'm good.
What's the anticipation of the 6,700 units? How long is that anticipated to take to build?
I can defer to my client on that. Sean, if you want to answer that question, or Joey, it's going to depend on the market, really.
Okay, but depending on the market is 2 years, 15 years, 30 years.
So in answer to your question, about 7,000 units in Placer Vineyards, probably run about 10, 15 years before you get to that point where you would use the full capacity of that lift station. And one point I would just emphasize, typically the way the reimbursement programs work, the first phase unit of Placer Vineyards, there's 3 owners that are moving forward. They have about $55 million of infrastructure to do to be able to move forward. Their fair share in the fee program is about 35. They will carry a $20 million reimbursement. That reimbursement works the same way for them as it does any other development in the county. They will have to wait till building permits are pulled and they get reimbursed on a per building permit that's issued. The advantage of what we've done here in Placer Vineyards is that $1,000, even though we've got members of the Placer Vineyards group who are due a credit, a substantial credit, they will have to wait behind Riolo Vineyards to get paid first for that lift station, and that every fee, they cannot take a credit on that sewer fee. It has to go directly to Riolo Vineyards. And so the process that we have here is expedited in the sense that those fees are guaranteed and they get the first place in front of all the Placer Vineyards developers to get reimbursed for their full amount prior to when they get reimbursed. And so the structure is expedited in that way. Typically in the county, any developer who goes forward and builds these kinds of things must wait for other developers to come in, apply for permits, and then get reimbursed for that over an extended period of time. That's why the county reimbursement programs run for 30 years. It could take a while to get reimbursed. But the developer who decides to go first makes that decision about whether or not to build those facilities in advance and to take that risk in their development.
And for the record, you are Al Johnson. Thank you, Al.
Oh,
Appreciate it.
well, I thought you mentioned my name. I'm sorry. Al Johnson. I represent Placer
Can't
Vineyards.
hear these very well.
Thank you very
All
much.
right.
Any other questions?
Not right now. Thank you. Thank you, Clark. Let's go ahead and we will go ahead and open this up to public comment. Is there anyone in the chambers who would like to make a comment? And I would think that we've got somebody on Zoom as well. So nobody in the chambers. Megan?
William Abbott, go ahead and unmute your mic and turn on your video to give your comments.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair Gore, members of the board. Bill Abbott representing the Riolo Vineyards developer Clifton Taylor and Gen California 8, the actual LLC that's developing the property. First of all, I want to commend staff. I think the slides staff presented did a very good job of documenting the history and some of the ramifications. And really what it boils down to, first of all, you have a number of proposed actions in front of you today. My client is not opposed to those. We are only focused on one issue, and that is the time period for the payback on the lift station. And I do want to underscore one of the slides that you had. The Placer Villages project is going to take 85% of the capacity of this plant. Originally, Riolo was going to have its own plant, would have paid for it 100%, but staff came to my client and said, we want you to significantly oversize this facility. And the cost jumped to north of $6 million. It is most unusual, at least in my experience, to ask a developer outside to fund all that capacity, essentially for their competitors, and then wait 10, 15, 20 years. And I would add that's an optimistic payback period. There's never been a 15-year period in California in which we have not had a significant real estate recession. So essentially, this major infrastructure is put on the back of my client. As we pointed out in a letter late yesterday, the finance plan and the impact fee program approved for my client's project, which we think is vested through the development agreement, specifically calls for a private agreement. This proposed action does not satisfy the existing obligations between the county and my client, with all due respect. So our request is simple. Please pass the financing plan, but exclude the financing provisions for the repayment of the lift station. My client will rely upon the requirement for a private agreement, and we'll go forward on that basis.
Thank you, Bill. Any other public comments? See any? All right, and nobody else in the chambers right now. Okay. Applicant, you're welcome to come back up.
Good morning, Clark Morrison again. I just wanted to respond very briefly to Mr. Abbott's statement about the vesting of the finance plan. There is the one statement referenced in his letter yesterday that's contained in the Nexus study. It's simply an assumption at the time that there might be a private reimbursement agreement. It's not a legal requirement. The legal requirement is to reimburse, and that's being provided for this through this program. But we do strongly disagree with any assertion that Riolo Vineyards has a vested right to a private agreement with anybody else. So I just want to be on record with that.
Thank you. Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, question of our staff, and I'm guessing our sewer guy might be the right one to answer this. Clearly, in this case, we're talking about a smaller project that oversized for a larger project. But for us, the gating item is who goes first. And for us, it is not only common, it is practice that when we anticipate build out of an area, we encourage the oversizing of capacity in order to accommodate. And so had the Vineyards project gone first, staff would have requested of Vineyards, I'm assuming, the oversizing to accommodate the 15% for Riolo. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's just a matter of who decided they were going to go first.
That's true. Yep.
Same request would have been made of either developer, either way.
And it actually was in the conditions for both projects to build this lift station. Yeah.
Thank you.
Supervisor White
could map onto Kevin, the sewer guy, Bill.
Kevin Bell, the sewer guy.
With the bandana on.
The sewer bandana? I don't know.
I just couldn't pass off those. Obviously, staff wanted one facility built at one time because I'm assuming there's a cost savings. Do you have a handle on what that would have been one way or the other?
So I think there's kind of two pieces to this lift station. So the lift station that was conditioned that one project would build was originally sized a little bit smaller than what we're talking about today. So Placer Vineyards, looking at their development phase, identified that there was some excess capacity in a force main that this lift station was going to tie into. And so their development phase could fit into that lift station. And so as it was thought that they were moving forward first, they designed and bid this lift station with that excess capacity built into it. After they bid it, it appeared that they weren't going to move forward. Riolo Vineyard stepped up and said they were going to take on that bid essentially for that facility. Sorry, what was your, getting back to your question, Robert?
Well, it sounds
Good,
like
I'm
there
not
was
alone
discussion about the facility being built only to size Riolo's needs, which would have been significantly lesser. And I'm assuming you thought there was a benefit for not doing that.
Yeah.
And the history, actually, what you just explained was helpful, but could maybe get a little bit more into detail.
Yeah, so the oversizing of the emergency storage is really what the discussion came down to when Riolo Vineyards decided to take that bid set and move forward, was whether they were going to build the full emergency storage or a portion of it. At the time, we believed, I think we had cost estimates of about $1 million for the full emergency storage, or the incremental added cost for the full emergency storage. If that wasn't built initially with the same project, then you're coming back to an existing operating facility, trying to dig down next to an existing structure and add on to an existing structure which would be quite a bit more costly and expensive, probably on the order of maybe 2 times the cost to build that in the future, to come back at an existing facility.
So Kevin, to follow up, so it was strongly encouraged by staff that Riolo Vineyards add that emergency storage capacity to move forward.
We did initially, so when Riolo Vineyards took over the bid plan or the bid set, some of our initial conversations, we said that they needed to build the full emergency storage. We ultimately went back and forth and approved 2 separate plan sets, one with the smaller emergency storage and one with the full emergency storage. It was our preference that it all get built at one time, but ultimately we left that decision to the developer, and had a meeting with both Placer Vineyards and Riolo Vineyards to try to encourage that it get built to benefit, both parties, and that they were having some follow-up conversations about cost share, and sounds like maybe those conversations didn't fully come to fruition, but ultimately the developer chose to move forward with the full emergency storage.
And that was, so back in 2019, mid 2019 is when the 2 parties had conversations about a private reimbursement, correct? But that didn't come to fruition. And how did we get to here with proposing? I know that there's maps that need to go forward. So how did we get this sewer fee reimbursement to this point without these parties having come to an agreement prior?
That's a good question. And I'm probably going to defer back to Claudia on the fee program. I'm going to defer back to Claudia.
That's fine. Claudia, do you hear my question?
Yes, I did. So when we held that meeting in mid 2019, we left the room with that they weren't coming to an agreement. And so we discussed that it would be in the fee program. Their reimbursement would take place in the fee program. So Placer Vineyards then gave the fee program the draft document to Riolo Vineyards to review prior to the board meeting. At that point, staff wasn't involved. I know there was some back and forth, but that's where we're at here today.
Thank you. I think my frustration is that we had 2 parties who spoke to one another in mid 2019 and no conversation since, from my understanding, other than attorneys a couple of weeks ago. And now we've got a fee program in front of us. And one party very frustrated that those conversations didn't continue. Another party, I understand that we typically, often projects, the first developer goes first. It looked like the other developer was willing to fund this up front first, didn't go first. There was an opportunity to have some working together and getting to some agreement, and that didn't happen. And so it's frustrating on my behalf, because we've got two developers, two groups who will benefit by having this lift station built, and they're at odds with one another and didn't come to an agreement. So I'm expressing my displeasure because now we're put in the middle when these two parties really should have worked together to come to an agreement. Supervisor Gustafson and then Supervisor Euler.
Well, I'm going to ditto your comments on, two respected partners in county development on the western end of the county not coming to an agreement, and the disproportionality of the size of the facility. If it was a more equalized burden, I would understand that maybe the fee reimbursement was the way to go. But with a 15% versus 85%, it's more challenging for me to say to the one party, you just need to wait for the bigger developer to bring in those fees. At the same time, I understand, having talked to both parties, that there's two sides to every story. And I hate to be the arbitrator up here on who didn't meet with whom and offer a fair negotiation of this. And by the county being involved with directing both capacity and potentially one facility, or not directing, suggesting, conditioning, I feel we have some level of responsibility to make sure the parties have tried to work this out. But to sit up here and try to decide who's telling you the correct story yesterday on the numerous phone calls coming back and forth and letters is challenging. So I would just ditto Bonnie's comments that I'm displeased that we couldn't come to an agreement, and any role the county staff could have played to get the parties together before it got before us today would have been greatly appreciated. I defer to others to continue asking while I think about this further.
I have Supervisor Euler. Any other questions? And then I also have Clifton Taylor who'd like to address the board as well. So Supervisor Euler.
I'll hear from Clifton first.
Okay, great. Clifton, if you're welcome to go ahead and make a few comments.
Sure. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Chairman Gore, members of the board, Clifton Taylor with Taylor Builders representing Gen California 8. Appreciate you hearing me today. The frustration I have with this matter is that what was being requested of us under the terms when Placer Vineyards was seeking to be repaid immediately became not good enough for them once they realized that we were going to advance. And obviously, we're in the private development business, and there's risk that goes with that. And we had to advance our project. What's frustrating is that we engaged with county staff in June through August of 2019 and attempted to mitigate our risk under policies that would be perfectly acceptable within the county for the phasing of infrastructure. And were implored to build a completed facility on the basis that Placer Vineyards would be advancing soon thereafter us, and that the repayment opportunities would be there. And we discussed things, including the fee program, but also at that time, there was discussion more around the finance plan. There was discussions around priority reimbursements and how that would play in typical safety reimbursements and other more kind of global finance strategies. And we left there thinking that the county would stay good on their word, that they would obligate Placer Vineyards to collaborate with us up until that point. And I think there was actually a little bit of a heated moment in that meeting where Kevin Bill basically said that the county was not going to pick a side in this matter. And what's unfortunate is that we're 15 months down the road and the county has picked a side. It's frustrating to us because the concept that we're going to get paid back in 10 to 15 years out of Placer Vineyards, a project that has been sitting on the shelf for 30 years with promises to go and grade every April, is just a farce. And so, I think if you cannot implore and enforce a more realistic reimbursement strategy, it's going to be detrimental to anybody that wants to come forward and do business in Placer County. And I think we have expressed a willingness to consider reimbursements that are not in a lump sum and that would allow them to facilitate and get going. But the concept that we would be paid back over 6,500 units in dribs and drabs it's unacceptable. And the county, we do business across a multitude of jurisdictions, and every jurisdiction has different policies and how they implement these things. Certain jurisdictions, PCWA requires lump sum payments for all water connections based upon when will serves are issued or when final maps are issued. In Rockland, the sewer fees are paid in lump sum on final maps. There's plenty of latitude in your ability to govern to allow a more reasonable reimbursement. And maybe that is just an acceleration to something that, more advanced than 6,400 units that seems reasonable in your mind, or to honor the request that we basically just be pulled out of the agreement entirely and enforce an obligation once the condition of approval that would require the facility to be constructed is met. So, if you have any questions of me, I'm happy to address it. This is, the inequity that is being swept under the table is basically standard operating procedure that he who goes first deals with these situations. It's just not what is practical outside of in the other jurisdictions that we operate in, and I don't appreciate the way that it's been couched by members of the Placer Vineyards legal team.
Thank you, Clifton. A quick question. So y'all had conversations mid-2019, and the intent was these two parties were to come to an agreement. You didn't end up getting an agreement with Placer Vineyards. Why not? And what was your understanding? Because you went ahead and moved forward with building the lift station. What was your understanding? Because I would have thought that there would have been agreement in place before you moved forward.
Our understanding when we left the meeting on August 22nd was that this county would obligate Placer Vineyards to get our concurrence on how we would be reimbursed and the priority for we would be reimbursed prior to bringing this forward. Placer Vineyards presented that to us. It was completely unacceptable. We let them acknowledge that. And then with the basis of needing to get these maps done on December 15th, they pushed forward to this point. And so there was literally, we have email upon email of us asking for status of the fee program to understand where they're going. And it literally pops up with less than a couple of months to go after sitting on the shelf for a year. So it was really in Placer Vineyards court to bring forward something that would satisfy us, and we were waiting on the basis of that. And now they have basically waited till the end, or using the pressurization of time for other activities to justify the action here today.
Thank you. Additional questions, my colleagues?
I wanted
Supervisor Gustafson.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to the inflationary factor. Can you explain that again? What we'll be using on the fee reimbursement on inflation?
On an annual basis, the fee program will be updated based on the engineering news record construction cost index.
Okay, so it will be based on actual construction costs.
Yeah, it'll be based on index, or we can also use if the CCI does not reflect actual construction costs, we'll be looking at estimates as well.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Holmes.
Yeah, I'm afraid to ask this question, but I'm going to go ahead anyhow. What would happen if we, and this is to County Council, what would happen if we excluded this lift station issue from action today and brought it back on the 15th? Is that something that's possible? Is that irresponsible?
Okay, there are a couple options here. When you say exclude the sewer fee, are you asking whether that sewer fee component can be extracted from the fee program to bring and let the rest of it go forward? It can be done. That's a messy way of doing it because it also puts it off and doesn't deal with it. It doesn't deal with with reimbursement or that component of the fee. A couple of suggestions for moving forward, but perhaps extending a conversation about this reimbursement is, one, you can take action on the first item, which is to keep the ordinance moving by introducing it. Introducing does not mean you are adopting. It has to come back on the 15th. And you can continue the next two items because it's really your fee resolution that sets in place all the fee components of this program. The other option is you continue the entire item until the 15th. The reason we are suggesting the 15th is, as Claudia mentioned, there's a couple of maps that are teed up that require this. So we're trying to keep that in place. So to answer your question, yes, you could. I wouldn't suggest that that was the most efficient way of doing it by taking that out. I would keep it all together and if necessary, continue that fee portion.
All right, thank you. I don't like messy, so thank you.
Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, our board has had a practice over the years of letting private parties deal with private issues. We condition our projects through the development agreement. We put our requirements in that. There's a reason we don't get involved in CC&R enforcement and things like that. It's not the business our board wants to be in, playing arbiter between private parties and five of us sitting up here thinking what we think might be quote unquote fair, irrespective of what the business world says is fair. It's unfortunate that an agreement wasn't reached. However, nothing compelled one party to go and construct prior to an agreement being reached. Frankly, if it were me, I wouldn't have done it. I don't think our board wants to set the precedent of being involved in these private party disputes going forward. I think at this point, we conditioned the Placer Vineyards project to come back to us with a fee schedule. They have included of their own volition a reimbursement component that is accelerated above and beyond what they would otherwise be obligated to do. I think that's at least an act of good faith. Like a couple of my colleagues, I'm not happy we're in this position either, but I think we can extract ourselves from this position by simply adopting the fee program and moving forward with what our obligation is as a board, and that is to facilitate the development of the project consistent with the terms of the development agreement. So those are my thoughts.
I think that I hear what you're saying. And I think the part that muddles it for me is when Clifton anticipated additional conversation and an agreement prior to this fee program coming before him and the short term turnaround time. And I asked, did y'all reach out to one another? And it did not happen, either side, Placer Vineyards or Riolo, but I don't know what the timing was of when staff started moving forward with this fee program. And I know part of the reason was to get these maps approved next board meeting so that development can continue. So I would agree that agreement between the two parties should have taken place, but there was definitely a failure to communicate amongst all the parties, county staff included, it seems like to me. I would like to encourage these parties to come to an agreement, take out that one sewer fee portion, and put a timeline where that decision can be made. And maybe that's the next step when Placer Vineyards actually has to utilize that lift station. Sounds like for these maps, those projects coming before us in a couple of weeks don't utilize that sewer system. But that might be an option. Supervisor Wygant?
Yeah, one comment just for the record is that I was aware, staff did inform me over the months, noting exactly the dates that this was a potential issue, as well as representatives from both development parties. So I was aware that there was a problem, and Steve Pedretti in particular was expressing that he was hoping things would get worked out between the two parties, but continued to remind me that they weren't getting worked out. So here we are, and I, I certainly think that it would be impossible for us to efficiently and fairly overlay board negotiations to resolve this today, but in anticipation of hopefully, regardless of what we do, I'm assuming there's going to be some kind of dialogue between these two parties. I'm trying to envision how in the reimbursement agreement, the county might change what's proposed. Ideally, you would have either, I think, in terms of fairness, the county would have built this facility and just collected the reimbursement equally among all of those people who were being served by it. We typically don't do that. Almost never do we do that. So we're not doing it here either. Or both parties had agreed to build and share in the cost of the facility based on the capacity that we're going to need, maybe with some adjustments as compared to their expected absorption. I don't know, but that also obviously didn't happen. So I'm assuming we couldn't, for example, demand that Placer Vineyards write a check for 85% of the cost that was borne by Riolo as part of this deal, but maybe we could. Could we, Karen?
I'm not sure how that would fall into either of the development agreements, because remember, both of these projects are governed by development agreements, which do vest rights. And if we look at the Riolo Vineyards development agreement, what's required under 4.2.5 is for county to make best efforts to ensure that there's a reimbursement for oversized facilities. Now, obviously, one party is not satisfied with how that came about, but how it came about based on what I heard from staff are multiple discussions and finally the decision to put this reimbursement into the Placer Vineyards fee program. Both fee programs were required under the development agreement. The county has complied with its legal parameters. Now, whether that's fair, lawyers don't go with fair. They go with the legal parameters. And the county has complied with the provisions of the Riolo Vineyards development agreement by bringing forward this new fee program. So can we compel? Not under the development agreements, we can't. Can the board suggest that they do so? I suppose, but we can't force people to work together. Yes, there was a sentence in the Nexus study for the Riolo Vineyards fee program, which came forward and was approved by this board in 2017, that Placer Vineyards would enter into a separate agreement. But a Nexus study is not a legal entitlement. It is not an entitlement under their development agreements. It's a statement. The Nexus study sets the fees. It doesn't set a legal precedent or a legal requirement that be entered into. So really what the board has here is a fee program. If the board is not satisfied that this fee program complies with the Placer Vineyards development agreement, which is what you would be looking to, then the board doesn't need to approve it.
Right. Thanks. And that's just all by way of exemplifying that I'm sure we couldn't try to recraft here as we sit here at this moment, something that would be better or more fair or even legal. That should have happened before we did come here this morning, but unfortunately it didn't. So it sounds like the reasonable alternatives would be to proceed with staff recommendation and or do some kind of a modification as it related to what sounds to me like parsing out the ordinance proposal that's in front of us, and that becomes also more confusing and sticky. And I just take those statements for clarity, hopefully.
Supervisor Holmes.
Yes, I appreciate the discussion, appreciate the presentation. And I've had 3 briefings on this with staff. And one question I always ask in each one of them is, why is this my problem? And so I have to agree with Supervisor Euler's point, although I don't feel good about it, but I do agree with your point that this isn't our issue. Let's go ahead and move forward with this.
Supervisor Euler and then Gustafson.
Yeah, just to, I guess, finish off that point that Holmes just made, we are here having this conversation because one party decided to proceed without having an agreement in writing. And I, for the life of me, don't know why that would have occurred, but it did. That does not convey upon our board an obligation to resolve the issue. I think it would be bad for future boards for us to step in at this point. The Placer Vineyards group is meeting the conditions of their development agreement by bringing forward the fee schedule. Our board, unless we see something inherently wrong with the fee schedule in terms of meeting our county needs, we don't think the fee schedule is adequate for public protection or for roads or whatever. Unless we see a deficiency with the fee schedule that they're proposing to meet public needs, it's not our job to step into this conversation. And I think the board would be well served for future conversations with future developers if we don't insert ourselves at this time.
Supervisor Gustafson.
I don't disagree, but I do want to ask a couple other questions. So Karen, you read a phrase that the county was to use their best efforts. Again, I want to go on record as when was the last time we had all parties in a room to negotiate and use our best efforts to get an agreement?
I'll have to defer to staff. I haven't been in any of these discussions.
Okay.
Claudia.
The last meeting we had was August of last year, but had follow-up conversations with both parties. Because of Placer Vineyards, fee program was not public information. I could not share that with Riolo Vineyards until Placer Vineyards forwarded that document on. And that's when the discussions took place.
And so
The
when
separate conversations took place.
So our best efforts ended last August, other than getting updates from the groups that they weren't in agreement.
Until we had the fee program, that was the last form of communication that we had, was ensuring, staff ensured that Riolo Vineyards had the fee program in place.
Okay.
All right, Steve Pedretti, Community Development Director. I did speak with both Kent McDermott and with Clifton Taylor starting, I don't know, a few months ago on this issue. And if there's no willingness of the parties to get together, I struggled with this one. I mean, I don't know that what is occurring is what I might call fair. But in the end, the decision that I made in bringing it forward is that that Gen 8 had decided to go forward without the agreement. We had brought them together last year to meet and to try to come to an agreement. They did not come to that. They went forward without having anything in writing. And as unpleasant as it was, I felt like we had to bring it forward at this point as it is. It is typical, first in, gets reimbursed over time. Given the disparity in the percentage of use, I'm not real comfortable with it, but I felt like I had to move forward at some point. They wanted to come here and deal with it at the board rather than, I think, getting together and coming to some kind of an agreement.
Okay.
Thank you. And I know Clifton wanted to make another comment, which I want to hear from him. But that's the problem, right? These two parties should have come to an agreement. Instead, it's like, we couldn't come to an agreement. So one's going to push their way to get a fee reimbursement and put the board in the middle. And you're right, Supervisor Euler, we shouldn't have to be in this position. And I think that's what's very unfortunate. I'm starting to see parties in general not being willing to communicate with one another and work together to come to a mutual decision that benefits both parties. And frustration in general with what's happening in our litigious society. I'm going to allow Clifton to make one more comment to us, and then
I have one more question.
We'll finish up conversations. Go ahead, Clifton.
Well, Mr. Pedretti just identified that he did call me about a month ago to talk about this. And at that time, he suggested that it may be advantageous for the parties to advance a dialogue with potentially the supervisor or leader within the county executive team there. And I agreed that I would participate in that. And the other side, to my knowledge, decided they would not. Their sole outreach was basically to have their attorney get on phone and tell us that we were ridiculous to expect anything other than what they had proposed. And I think, what this comes down to is the parties don't have an agreement, and you have an obligation to both of us, and you're trying to satisfy one for Placer Vineyard specifically today. Why is their proposal in a vacuum being the only decision that is available? Like, why did they, based upon a lack of communication, get to be the one that would be awarded a disproportionate reimbursement just based upon the fact that they proposed it? There's been no opportunity for there to be concessions. I mean, I think what would be reasonable in my mind would be for them to pay back their 85% share over 15% of the units, similar to what we have. I mean, there are ways that they have a lot of development out there that could spread this cost over. And it would be very easy for the board to decide that we should be paid back over 3,000 units and accelerate that reimbursement. Placer Vineyard's own fee program has protections for the integrity of the fee program, where credits can't be issued within their own system on the back end of the project to guarantee the development of infrastructure to prevent a single owner from being overburdened by reimbursements. Yet we're not being afforded that. And so I think there are other solutions here. And I think Supervisor Holmes, with clarification from the county attorney and the council, could be that, maybe the board could advise that they pass the resolution to advance the program based upon the need to adhere to timing for the Placer Vineyards project to move forward, and provide staff to coordinate a meeting where it's the board's wishes that there is a more meet in the middle reimbursements proposal, where we're not just stuck basically with what one side used as their starting negotiation and has never wavered from.
Thank you, Clifton. So we'll bring it back to the board supervisor, Gustafson.
My client representative, Kent McDermott, who's not here today, he's in quarantine, would like to speak, but he's having difficulty getting through.
There he is.
Am I on?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Kent. Good morning.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Sorry, you're in quarantine.
Thanks. I just wanted to add something that has been missing in the conversation since the August meeting with us in the county, is that we have been in communication primarily with Anton Garcia as opposed to Clifton directly, with excerpts from the draft of the fee program as the fee program has been developing over time. It's correct that we couldn't give them the entire fee program until very recently, when it was finally completely done with our negotiations with the county. But we had been providing excerpts of those provisions that directly dealt with the issue of the lift station. And we did not get feedback from the Riolo Vineyards group that there was any flaw in the approach that we were taking. And I'm in agreement with those that were in the meeting in August that the belief was that the fee program was going to be the avenue that would be sufficient to deal with this issue. And there were some other items that we talked about potentially accelerating a portion of those expenses. But we did not hear back from Riolo Vineyards on those particular provisions. We were under the impression, based on emails that we had directly with them, that the direction of the fee program was the best way to settle this. And it wasn't until very recently that we got the feedback that we were way off the mark from the standpoint of them wanting to be reimbursed on the very first final map. And that is not the way the discussions were going or the information that we were providing them. So there's always two sides to the story, and I apologize that this has come to you in this form. But the two parties are so far apart from the standpoint of a reasonable solution. We feel that the solution that we've put on the table is in fact reasonable, is in fact consistent with not only Placer County, but other jurisdictions. And it's unfortunate that we're in this situation. It's unfortunate that we've gotten such attention in the last 24 hours from the Riolo Vineyards group. But it is what it is, and but there are clearly two different sides, and we have not been in a position where there has not been communication. There has been communication. I'm available for any specific questions as well.
Thank you, Kent. Supervisor Gustafson.
I had a question for staff. Has the lift station been dedicated to us yet? Has that infrastructure been completed?
Construction is almost complete, but it has not been accepted by the county yet.
Okay. Thank you.
That was the sewer guy.
Yeah, sewer guy. Well, I've already explained, I hate to be in this uncomfortable situation with two parties I respect and don't want to be the arbitrator. I defer to my colleagues with much more wisdom on our protocols. Well, debatable, but you know, the experience that we have with First In, I understand that. I don't feel this is fair in what's occurring right now, and I'm sorry that we're in this situation.
So, I mean, I'm going to throw it out there because we do have an option where we could move forward with the fee program less the sewer fee and have the two parties come back to us at another time to reach an agreement on reimbursement. That could be an option. And I don't know if there may not be agreement up here amongst my colleagues, but as I listen to the different parties.
Madam Chair, I beg the board to please spare yourselves this anguish in the future. Don't set the precedent by inserting yourselves into these private negotiations that should have been resolved before they got here. It shouldn't be our burden. And I would just move staff's recommendation on adopting the fee program, including the introduction of the ordinance, as well as the resolution approving the Vineyard specific fee program, as well as approving the specific plan fee implementation checklist, and authorize the CEDAR director designate to approve minor technical modifications. I'll make the motion of staff's recommendation.
Second.
Well, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Supervisor Wygant?
Yeah, I'm going to support the motion today. I'm going to make myself available to have some conversations with both parties between now and then, meaning the conclusion of when the ordinance becomes effective, to see if there might be some kind of a modification in there. But I think Kirk's last comments were critically important to focus on, and I hope we're never back here like this again.
And I guess my comments would be similar, that I would hope that the parties could at least entertain a conversation between now and when the ordinance becomes intact, because I am concerned that we want to do business with both partners moving forward. We want to have good relationships for our constituents' sake. None of us want legal battles, and we don't want to be embroiled in this. So really encourage everyone to get together and try to find a resolution that's more comfortable.
Well, I would agree with you both there, and I would have liked to have taken that fee item out, but I don't have the support. So we'll go ahead and do roll call, please.
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Euler? Gustafson? Gore?
Aye. Thank you very much. I appreciate the efforts, and thank you, gentlemen, on Zoom. We will move to item 3A, which is vehicle miles traveled thresholds for California Environmental Quality Act. And we've got Nikki Strigan on Zoom. Good morning, Nikki.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Nikki Strigan with Planning Services Division. I'm also joined by my colleague Katie Jackson from the Department of Public Works, and Ken Graham, as well as Steve Pedretti, are also in the room with you. We're also joined on our call by Rob Hananucci from Fair and Peers, who's been consulting with Placer County throughout this process. So we are here today to present on Senate Bill 743, which established vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, as the new metric required for transportation-related environmental impacts under the California Environmental Quality Act. And today we're asking your board to adopt thresholds of significance for VMT impacts, as well as screening criteria for most parts of the county. Next slide, please. So you may recall from the last time Katie Jackson and I presented this item, some background on the legislative intent of SB 743. It was signed into law in 2013, and it requires lead agencies, as I mentioned before, to shift analysis in CEQA from level of service to vehicle miles traveled. The Governor's Office of Planning and Research has updated CEQA guidelines and issued a technical advisory on this subject. But lead agencies also have the discretion to establish their own metrics and thresholds, which is what staff has brought forward to you today. So you can see up on your screen the legislative intent of SB 743. It's threefold. It's to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to improve public health through active transportation, and encourage a diversity of land uses through streamlined infill development. Reducing trips and shortening the length of trips are two critical components to lowering VMT. So to some extent, that means a better match between jobs and housing availability and a better mix of land uses. That's sort of what's being strived for here. Now, your board has actually approved these types of plans in recent times, and that includes plans like the Sunset Area Plan, which is designed to be a job center for Placer County, but it also has a mix of housing and other land uses, which inherently reduce trips and shorten trip lengths. Next slide, please. We received feedback from your board on May 19th, which included to allow the county's continued prosperity and anticipate a certain amount of growth and development in the county. And your board asked us to analyze options that do the following: that meet the intent of the law and create flexibility, embrace the board's vision for development, to create guidance and certainty for projects, including approved projects like specific plans, as well as consider an approach with a regional perspective and support a flexible option. At the time, options 2 and 3, you asked us to explore a blend between the two of those. Next slide, please. Staff conducted outreach and solicited feedback from stakeholders, including technical practitioners like CEQA consultants and traffic engineers, as well as project applicants. So you can see on your screen the outreach work that's been done. We visited your board, as was mentioned, back in May of this year. We also went to the Planning Commission later that month. We hosted focus groups in the East County and the West County. And we have also worked with the Sacramento Area Council of Governments and the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency on our efforts, as well as consulted with Caltrans and kept in touch with and kind of kept a pulse on counties and cities throughout California to see how they're approaching this new legislation. Next slide, please. So staff evaluated several potential options and approaches. We considered the following goals when bringing forward the recommendation that Katie Jackson is going to speak some more about. And those goals are to facilitate anticipated growth in Placer County, to comply with the requirements of Senate Bill 743, to strive to achieve the greenhouse gas reduction measures outlined in the sustainability plan that was adopted by your board earlier this year, as well as establish thresholds that are relatively simple to understand and administer. And so I'll pass the presentation on to Katie Jackson to talk more about those options before your board today.
Thanks. As Nikki mentioned, this next section, I'll present the thresholds and screening criteria options. These threshold options are intended for application in Western Placer County only, which we've defined as the unincorporated areas west of Donner Summit. Eastern Placer County has some unique tourism-based travel characteristics that need further evaluation and data before we can recommend thresholds. Also, projects in the Tahoe Basin are, of course, subject to the regulations of TRPA, and Placer and TRPA staff have been working together to establish project-level VMT thresholds with the goal of streamlining that analysis. That work is still ongoing, and we anticipate bringing recommended thresholds for East Placer to your board early next year. However, the screening criteria that I'll touch on later in the presentation would apply to the East Placer region. Next slide, please. And one more. So for Western Placer County, we have two options. Option one, which is staff's recommendation, is to set the threshold at 15% below the countywide unincorporated average. Under this option, we would measure new projects against existing land use and ask new projects that are subject to CEQA to achieve a reduction of 15% below existing levels. For example, the county's existing homes generate about 32 household VMT per capita on a typical weekday. If option one is selected, new projects that are subject to CEQA would be evaluated against a number 15% below that, or about 27 VMT per capita. If a project generates more than 27 VMT per capita, they would be required to apply mitigation measures to reduce their VMT. Under both threshold options, retail projects would be evaluated based on a net change in VMT. Most retail projects don't generate new trips. They're simply redistributing existing trips that are already occurring today. For example, if a grocery store is proposed, that might change where people do their grocery shopping, but it wouldn't necessarily result in more trips to the grocery store. Therefore, the threshold for retail projects would be no net change in VMT. The figure on your slide indicates how option one would be applied. Basically, there's one threshold that would cover the entire county, excluding the East Placer area. Next slide, please. So option one is most consistent with the state's guidance on SB 743, and it's also been adopted by many other counties in California. This threshold option would potentially streamline growth in certain areas of our county and would also be most effective at reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. This threshold option is also relatively easy to understand and administer because all areas of Western Placer would be evaluated against one threshold value. However, it does set a high bar for projects in rural areas and could potentially discourage growth in those areas. So this threshold option doesn't necessarily account for the variety of different land use contexts that we have here in Placer County. Next slide, please. Threshold option two is the sub-regional approach that is based on land use context. Under this option, we would apply different threshold values for different areas of the county. Similar to option one, the established and developing areas would be subject to a threshold of 15% below the unincorporated average. However, the rural areas would be evaluated against lower thresholds that's measured against the sub-region of the county, meaning that projects in rural areas would be measured against existing land use in rural areas. Next slide, please. This figure shows how option two would be applied. The areas in blue are the established and developing areas, which would be subject to a threshold of 15%. The orange and tan colors indicate the rural areas, which would be subject to a lower threshold under option two. Residential land use in the rural areas would be evaluated at 10% below for rural west, which is the orange or the dark tan color, and 5% below for rural east, which is the light yellow or light tan color. The threshold for non-residential uses, excluding retail, would be no worse than baseline for both rural east and rural west. That means that a non-residential project, like a new industrial building, would need to have a VMT per employee value that's less than or equal to the VMT employee average for that subregion. Retail, as I described earlier, would have a threshold of no net increase in VMT. This option was developed to recognize that rural areas have inherently longer trip lengths and fewer alternatives to the automobile as compared to other areas of the county. Next slide, please. Option two recognizes that land use context is one of the primary factors influencing VMT and the feasibility of reducing VMT. This option encourages employment in rural areas with a goal of improving the jobs housing balance overall. This also achieves the legislative intent that Nikki mentioned earlier, but to a lesser extent than option 1. Option 2 is a more complex and strategic approach that would likely be specific to Placer County. Next slide, please. So in addition to the threshold options, we are seeking adoption of screening criteria today. Screening criteria is used to easily identify projects that would result in a less than significant VMT impact. If a project falls below the screening criteria, VMT analysis would not be required. The screening criteria would apply throughout the county, except where otherwise noted. There are 2 options presented in the staff report and on this slide. The first option is consistent with the state's recommendations. The second option has expanded definitions that were developed based on local Placer County data. Staff's recommendation is to select option 2, which would screen out projects that generate 110 daily trips or 880 daily VMT or less, deed-restricted affordable housing countywide, as well as below market rate housing in the East Placer region, locally serving retail and other local serving uses under 50,000 square feet, as well as projects located in low VMT generating areas. Next slide, please. So as Nikki mentioned, these changes to CEQA went into effect on July 1st of this year. If adopted today, the thresholds and screening criteria would go into effect immediately. We expect that VMT will continue to be an evolving topic, especially over the next few years. And during that time, we will continue to work to streamline VMT analysis with new and improved tools and models. Staff will also work with project applicants to identify impacts, monitor case law, and implement feasible mitigation measures. We'll also be exploring mitigation programs with partner agencies like SACOG and TRPA. We'll look for opportunities to support infill and continue implementing our comprehensive long-range planning documents that reduce our VMT per capita over time, like the Sunset Area Plan. Next slide, please. So today, staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution to establish threshold option 1, 15% below the countywide unincorporated baseline, and screening criteria option 2, the expanded screening criteria, as well as adopt the transportation study guidelines document that provides further guidance on transportation analysis for projects here in Placer County. We also recommend that the board find this action exempt under the CEQA guidelines identified in the staff report, as well as on this slide. And with that, Nikki and I are available to answer any questions, along with our technical consultant, Rob Hananucci.
Thank you, ladies. Appreciate the report. Supervisor Euler, question?
Yeah, if you could just dumb this down for me in particular, and help me understand the recommendation where you're talking about both option 1 and 2. It would appear in the recommendation. Help me reconcile that.
Sure. So there are 2 options for thresholds and 2 options for screening criteria.
Right.
We're recommending option 1 for the thresholds and option 2 for the screening criteria.
Wouldn't option 2 for the thresholds be more conducive to the option 2 of the screening criteria? Don't those seem to work a little bit better together? Or allow us to refine it down a little bit more, both geographically as well as some of the demographic metrics that seem to be in the screening threshold? Meaning, give us more flexibility, I guess I should say. Wouldn't the combination of option 2 and both give us more flexibility?
I would say that option 2 for the thresholds would indeed give us a little bit more flexibility in identifying or allowing for the diversity of land use contexts that we have here in Placer County. I think maybe part of the concern is that that is an approach that would be specific to Placer County. We don't know of any other jurisdictions who are implementing that approach at this time.
Might be all the reason in the world to do it. All right, thank you.
Other questions? Supervisor Gustafson?
Thank you. And obviously, a significant part of my district is being excluded. I appreciated hearing the timeline of early next year for moving forward on Eastern Placer, especially those areas where we are in control outside of the Tahoe Basin. Obviously, we have to work with TRPA and those factors within the basin, but for Squaw, North Star, Martis, up through Donner Summit, I would really like to see us move forward. And one of the questions I have for you is, are we looking at what other tourism areas in the state are using as their modeling protocols for tourism uses?
Yeah, we have done a fair amount of research on other jurisdictions and looking to see what they recommend for tourist-based land uses like hotels or other things. And we've looked at a variety of different counties as far as what they are implementing for thresholds. I would say the majority of them are going with 15% below either the countywide or the regional average. And most have not issued guidance on tourism-based amenities. This seems like a topic that's not well covered in the state's guidance on SB 743 implementation. And so we may have to approach it on a project by project basis and, really develop that as we go along and as we implement.
Well, I hate to hear that because project by project puts the onus already on small businesses for the most part that are barely able to reinvest as it is now. And then if they look to expand or create additional VMT, and it's just so hard to look at a state growing with the population, just the housing projects that we were talking about a little bit ago. Those people are going to want to leave and go recreate close by. And, then you're looking at small businesses in Eastern Placer having to make up for that VMT being generated from elsewhere in the state. So I would hope we could come up with a model that's reflective of what other areas are doing and that is fair to those areas, and that we can do it more quickly so people can start proposing projects that we want to see and reinvestments in our town centers and move forward. Very critical to a number of key projects up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Let's go ahead and open this up to the public. Do we have public comment, Megan?
No public comment.
I had a feeling we might have some.
Chad, go ahead and unmute your mic and start your video. Give your comments.
Good afternoon, Chair Gore, members of the board. Chad Roberts on behalf of Placer Vineyards Development Group, LLC. Appreciate the opportunity to comment this morning. Would like to sincerely thank staff, specifically Ken, Katie, Nikki, Lee, others I'm sure I'm forgetting, for considering our feedback on this issue over the course of the past 6 months. We've had a number of calls on this. I'm pleased to share we support the staff recommendations as presented to you. We hope the board will as well. Again, thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public like to comment?
I see none.
All right, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board for further conversation about option 1, option 2, screening criteria, option 1, option 2. I'm looking at this, and I stepped away briefly during the presentation, sorry. I see that staff recommends option 1, 15% for the unincorporated area reduction. But the sub-regional approach is different amounts for the different regions, right? The different portions in the county, which would address the needs in more rural Placer County. I know that you said that other counties have not had a sub-regional approach. Would this benefit our rural areas or assist our rural areas? And if so, tell me the drawbacks of not doing it this way, or why the other way is better, regardless of what other counties do, because we often do our own thing here in Placer County, sometimes much better. That was editorial comment. Go ahead, Ken. Good morning.
I'll take this one. So good morning, Ken Grimm with the Department of Public Works. There are pros and cons to each. Our believing, first off, from a strategy standpoint, we are talking about bringing work closer to homes. Do that, and we find we meet the criteria that we believe needs to be met. And we are committing to being 15% better than what we are today. It is important to note that actually some want us to be stronger than that. And so we are trying to find something that works for the most people. We believe between option 1, the 15%, option 2, which is the 10% for Western rural and 5%. If that were to hold, it does provide some more options. Nobody has done that. It is in direct contrary to what OPR and others have suggested. That's why nobody has done it. And so we recommend that we stay with something that we believe will hold up to scrutiny, that will improve our greenhouse gas emissions. And we believe option 1 provides that certainty for most everyone. Important to note, in the screening criteria, particularly the expanded screening criteria, that for our rural areas that have a difficult time making that grade, or who really have a difficult time, this law was really written to discourage development in the rural areas. With the screening criteria, most of our projects in our rural areas typically tend to be smaller. That's not all of them, but it is most of them, 80+%. They will fit under the screening criteria and still be allowed because they are so de minimis kind of deliver of VMT. So we believe the combination of option 1, 15% below, and option 2, the expanded screening criteria, can withstand scrutiny, will help most all development within the county, although there will still be people that have challenges. Your board will still have the ability to go through environmental review and have findings of, if you believe that's still a good project, significant and unavoidable impacts. They will still have the ability to mitigate their impacts to make those things happen. Again, I think our recommendation is based on trying to get 90% of what we think can do, and do it in a way that will withstand scrutiny and hold up. Did that answer the question, or did I miss a part?
I think so, but can I ask another question, because I can't read the slide for option 2, the little blue, is that, and staff, you've got that, but the little blue portion, so the rural west 10%, is that the dark yellow, like the goldenrod yellow?
Hopefully it'll pop up and I will see it.
Yeah, it's slide number 10, slide 10, that one, that's the one.
So the golden rod is the rural west area.
That's the rural west.
And the yellow is rural east.
And then the dark blue, like Placer Vineyards and Placer Ranch, would still be at 15%.
Correct. Those are in our what we call our developed areas, and also includes North Auburn and Granite Bay. Not quite sure what they're. Oh, we're just calling one a developed community, and one is a, what do they call it?
Established.
Existing or established community. It's there already.
All right. Thank you. Let's see. Supervisor Euler and then Supervisor Gustafson.
Yeah. So what's worst case scenario if we decide to go option 2, option 2? I mean,
worst case,
somebody comes along and says, we don't like that, and they want to sue us. And
it would, the worst case would hold up everything. It would hold up even the ones that we think
we'd
could
know that
move forward
based on
today,
the first application or the first litigation.
until the first litigation is complete. Correct.
Would we have that same problem though with option 1 and potential litigation?
Oh yeah, potentially.
I think
Or
we
less so.
as staff would say option 1 is, although maybe not perfectly what folks in Sacramento had planned, it is what people are doing out in the state. It has substantial evidence that shows we are talking about reducing our greenhouse gases by 15%, and we believe we can do that, and we're committing to do that. I think that is in line with it, very much the spirit of the law, if not the letter of some of the regulations that have been put out there. We do see this as a living document. We do see this as moving forward. Our recommendation would be, of course, is whatever your board wants, but Our recommendation would be, let's get what we have approved, allow projects, 80, 90% of our projects to allow to be moved forward, and we believe can meet this goal while we are working on that other 10+% that we may have to think some other strategies about. Again, this is about trying to get 80 to 90% figured out and then work on the 10 to 15. But of course, you can always try this new idea, and we can see whether it withstands scrutiny.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on that. Yes, I understand what the intent of the law was, a law that was overwhelmingly pushed and passed by urban legislators at the expense of those of us in more rural counties. And this is the kind of law, that's precisely why when California was established, our assembly was based on population and our Senate was 1 vote per county. But when that got changed in the California Constitution and through the Senate opened to population as well, that's when rural counties have been dominated by our urban neighbors and I think at our expense. And so while I understand that option 1 might be closer to the intent of the legislation, if we fundamentally have a problem with the legislation that was jammed down our throats to begin with, why should that be our primary concern?
From my standpoint, more, I think option 1, we can meet it, but I understand the concern. This was probably anti-suburb, not for rural counties and suburban counties. We do believe option 1, though, that we can meet it. I believe that's why I think you heard some public comment from some of, at least the development community, that they like the certainty of 1 and that, or the relative certainty of 1. And I think is why they support option 1, because they see that it gets most of the way to where we need to go. Both what the state wants, but also for, I think, your board's goals about how continuing our economic prosperity here in this county.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Is there any way to have more assurance for the 10 or 15% of the projects? County staff says, well, we'll work with them and we'll try to get there. You know, I need a little something more.
Sure.
I mean, because I end up dealing with those 10 or 15% are going to primarily be in our areas, the more rural areas. So if I look at Forest Hill, or if I look at areas that are already developed, housing is there. We want to create more jobs. We want to get it closer to certain areas, and it's difficult. So how we can help support that? Is there any options that the county has if we adopt option 1 to have a menu for our outlying areas to provide ways that the county is assisting in meeting that BMT reduction? Or if we're greater than 15% in some areas, can that be credited to the county for projects to encourage these other projects?
I believe those are great ideas. And I think those, as we prove up the improvements that we do, can things be credited to other areas on a community plan level or even a general plan level? I think absolutely they can. It's about making a step in that right direction. So our intent for the folks that are particularly in the rural areas, the screening criteria, and option 2 is the expanded screening criteria, allowing more of that, trying to expand that, and that's a start today. This is what we believe we have substantial evidence today for your board to approve that expanded screening criteria. It does provide for, particularly in rural areas, which typically there are some projects that have regional draws, but for those that are locally serving, that screening criteria will cover most things that occur in those rural areas. It doesn't cover. That goes to your idea of the 10 to 20%. On those projects, each one has to be looked independently. Do they really improve, or how bad are they from a VMT perspective? What do they do? And each project is individual. People can design their projects, particularly mixed-use projects, to be better than they would otherwise be. There are some projects that will always be difficult. Projects that draw people from San Francisco, through the environmental review process, if you believe those projects are important, you will still have the ability to do significant and unavoidable impacts. There will be the discussion eventually for us as a county to be able to maybe group up mitigation measures and do them from a community plan or general plan level. That's a very real possibility. That's a larger goal, a larger project to undertake, so that people, particularly smaller projects, don't have to individually try to mitigate VMT, which is almost very
It's ridiculous.
difficult.
You can put e-bikes out, and if there's 4 feet of snow on the ground, it isn't going to work. So we need a transit system, and that can't be done property by property. It has to be done in a regional. And we're already investing many millions of dollars in excess of what we'd be required to for our TART system. So I just want to make sure that we're giving those credits to the businesses so that they can move forward.
And I believe what we're finding.
Not giving them, Karen, I don't mean giving them, but I mean crediting the county's development potential.
Your
Wouldn't
board,
want to give a public.
I think it is important to know your board's actions, whether it's on a sunset area, creating a job creation center so we don't have to send all of our jobs, all of our people down to Sacramento for a job, that they can have a job here in Placer County. Our mixed use, whether it's a Placer Vineyards or all of our different specific plans, which are mixed use specific plans, where we incorporate residential and non-residential land uses in the same. Those policy directives your board has made over time. Some of the modeling is suggesting we are going to be able to meet those numbers, at least in those areas, and maybe even exceed those. When that proves out, that could perhaps go to your idea of banking. I think those are real possibilities. I think right now that's new. And I think we have to prove it out. But your board's actions, particularly in the western portion, but even some of the things doing in the east, I think are doing the right things, bringing employment and residential closer together, making sure we have affordable housing so the people that work there can also live there. Those are all pieces of the puzzle that I think your board is already moving us down that road.
Right.
We are going to get there.
And I want to correct one thing you said, a project that would attract San Francisco travelers. The way I look at what's been going on, especially during COVID, and the what some would call overuse of our recreational facilities throughout the county. It can be the canyons, it can be Hidden Falls, it can be Tahoe, it can be beaches, trails. When are we serving a public that has been allowed to expand in their urbanized area but wants to escape it to come to recreate in the mountains or in the rural areas? And so that's the issue that I feel we get faced with. You're drawing an attraction. No, the attraction is the natural environment. If the more you live in a compact urbanized area that's densely populated, the more you want to escape it for your recreation with your family. And so now we're forced to try to serve them without the resources to do it. And that's been the impact we've been feeling in all our smaller communities. So that's the problem. Obviously, that isn't how this law was envisioned. It was to force, compact development. I understand that, but people want to escape it, and that's the reality. And until we're willing to modify that behavior at the source, right? Because I'm confronted with, why don't you put up gates in Tahoe and keep them out? Yet we have Bay Bridges that have toll plazas. I mean, that's where you could stop them maybe, but not on I-80. So
There's some strategic observations.
Yeah. So I do want to be cautious in thinking about, are we building to attract, or are we building to serve in some of those on our smaller communities? Because we do see the impacts, especially this last year. And as we've continued to see the population growth in California.
And I think that's a great point. And I think it's part of the reason why we've talked about bifurcating off Tahoe at this point. The tool right now, the tools we have are all predicated on this idea of people going to work and coming from home. And that's not what we have up there. And so we are in the process right now, and we're close. It's in testing, developing the tool to help us understand what is driving the VMT, so that then when we can bring back good policy options to your board about how we meet the goals, how do we allow for our continued prosperity, how do we reduce greenhouse gases. We believe we can get most of those in most places, but until we have the data to show you, it's just premature to try to make a decision up there.
And One final point. So we have two options on the region, the approaches, but then the screening criteria, you've also labeled option 2. And I think that's been part of the confusion. So we want option A and option B on our screening criteria. Is that correct?
We want the expanded
Yes.
screening criteria that
That would
allows more
include-
projects to be screened.
Right, because they're both labeled option 2, but one is,
That's our bad.
just wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
Supervisor Wygant, question or comment?
I'm just sorry, but I'm stuck on the eastern county side militia occupying and controlling acreage, preventing.
Absolutely. They want me to. Why can't we?
So I enjoyed all of the comments that were made, and I wanted to say that I think starting with staff's recommendation with 1 and 2 is a good way to start, largely because I think we have over the years done a lot of things that are genuinely going to accomplish the intent of what this legislation was sort of reaching for. And that includes the jobs creation that was set aside with the Sunset Industrial Area and the success that we're having, and things like Placer Ranch and Cal State opportunities that exist there. We'll be doing, actually accomplishing stuff that makes sense. And then I think way back, Cindy, the first time I met you, development of the Tahoe City Community Plan was on the Planning Commission. Huge goal. It's kind of stuff I want staff to think about as we go forward. With the success that we have had with making the east side more of a destination resort use, and the difference that would occur with vehicle miles traveled if somebody's coming up every single day and leaving, as compared to somebody coming up for a weekend staying. That was a lot of hard work, a lot of thought went into that, and we've had some measurable success. Or thinking about something like a biomass facility out at Forest Hill, which is not readily accessible. We want to make sure that we can encourage through this process and not create discouraging barriers that are unnecessary, keeping in mind that in the meantime, our worst position would be to make findings of overriding consideration for something that we think is worthy.
Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, just a question in terms of getting at the intent of the legislation. This legislation was passed when?
Oh my goodness. I don't know if one of the ladies remembers that. It was many, many years ago, a decade plus ago.
2013.
2003.
Okay, so 7 years ago.
No, 2003, right? 17 years ago.
Did you say 3? Huh?
2013. Yes.
13.
Oh, 13.
Yeah. So certainly before Amazon was effectively reducing vehicle miles traveled by making one van stop at every door in a neighborhood, and certainly before Zoom effectively eliminated rush hour commutes with the COVID shutdown. How can we not argue that a 2013 standard, we've already met it today just based on how our lifestyles have changed?
We definitely want to take credit for any changes that occur in lifestyle over time. So, we are going with the baseline, which is a few years back. So any of these changes that occur, people telecommuting, will go to our benefit.
All right. Well, we've asked questions. I think we need to land on either option 1 or option 2. I think we landed on expanded screening criteria, which is the second option 2. But further conversation about option 1 or option 2. Thoughts, conversation? I mean, I know your thought is like, let's go with option 2. I think staff has recommended option 1 for a reason. It allows it to be spread across the different regions, but
Chair Gore, I'm ready to make a motion. If now is a good time.
yes, unless you were going to say something else.
I was going to agree that staff's recommendation sounds good to me, with the caveats that we continue to work on how we serve the 10 to 15% that are going to be not able to meet this criteria in the rural areas.
Okay, I move adopt resolution to establish thresholds, screening criteria, and associated transportation study guidelines for vehicle miles traveled containing option 1, 15% below the unincorporated county baseline, and screening criteria. Option 2, expanded screening criteria, and find the exact action exempt under CEQA guidelines sections so and so.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. And, all right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ken, and thank you, planners on Zoom. Item 4A, which is next steps on Placer Shares Impact Grants. Good morning, Jane.
Good morning, Chair Gore, Supervisors, Jane Christensen from the County Executive Office. Pleased to be here today with Kristen York of the Sierra Business Council to share the latest results from our Placer Shares Impact Grants cycle that closed on November 20th, as well as to review potential next steps given the ever-changing dynamics with regard to COVID economic impacts. Just to share a few milestones, which again, you've been around this block with us now a few times. The CARES Act was passed by Congress in March of 2020. We received our $41 million in total in mid-October. July 28th, the board made its first allocation for Placer Shares grants, the $8 million for $7 million for small business, $1 million for nonprofits, and also approved the Placer Shares Eats and Drinks grants to rebate environmental health inspection fees for those restaurants, bars, and other eating establishments adversely impacted by state closures. Other milestones continued. We're pleased to report that on September 7th, the board approved the granting of 1,250 grants totaling $7.5 million to our priority small businesses and nonprofits. The board approved the use of the remainder of that funding on October 6th. And October 27th, in response to continuing community needs as this crisis evolves, the board approved an additional $5 million for what we call the Placer Shares Impact Grants. More significant grants, again, to small businesses to avoid blight, to preserve jobs, and to preserve community anchors, as well as a significant amount of funding to preserve our social safety net nonprofits. Taken together, this board should be proud that it has allocated $14 million in grants to date for small businesses and nonprofit organizations, as excerpted here for the various cycles of our grant programs. Just a word and a shout out to Phil Salter of IT, who actually used the GIS tool that you approved just this morning on our Placer Shares grant geography. You can see the scattering of grants for each of the different grant cycles across the breadth of Placer's geography. You can make out as well the district-specific information, and this can be made available to you and your district directors so that you can do a deeper dive on specific businesses if of interest. But we thought it would be interesting for you to see, again, the breadth and extent of the grants that we have awarded over Placer County over these last few months. You'll recall when we were before you on October 27th, we talked a lot about the changing landscape of need, both in the private sector and in the social sector. What's significant to share, and certainly you're well aware of this was all before we were placed in the purple tier, along with many other counties earlier this month, which really served to exacerbate some of the impacts we were troubled by back in October. You'll recall we talked about the cumulative community impacts to both the private sector and the social sector, and our desire and yours as a board to avoid folks going on to the public sector, i.e. taxpayers, with regard to the need for continued assistance. Again, that was the picture 7 months ago, 9 months now. It's not gotten much better. compounded, in fact, by certain state actions. You'll recall November 16th, when we were placed in the purple tier along with 40 other counties, 94% of California's population. This board at its November 17th meeting took note of this dramatic development and its continued impact on our small businesses and nonprofits. This was further compounded by the November 19th limited stay-at-home order, and certainly yesterday's news conference suggests a more drastic, those are Governor Newsom's words, order might be in our future if COVID case numbers continue. At that time, additional rounds of federal relief were uncertain. However, there was an announcement just a half hour ago that there is a bipartisan proposal now being advanced in DC for another $908 billion. So again, more need might be coming, but we did not know that when we put this together. You have to realize, again, part of our challenge is the needs keep changing. Our staff reports and presentations are due before the Thanksgiving holiday. And again, it's a dynamic landscape. The compounding needs illustrated here with our shift from the red tier to the purple tier and the significant impacts on various sectors of our business economy are part and parcel of why we're here today, not only to report out on the impact grants, but also to suggest an additional tranche of funding might be necessary. The impact grants, again, this is a snapshot of the metrics from the grant cycle that closed November 20th. We had 50 eligible business applications totaling $1.5 million in request. Again, it seems with every grant cycle, we're kind of straddling the need from the last cycle in addition to the needs going forward, just as we were on October 27th. You'll recall that the nonprofit grant process is still open. It's open until December 7th, so we are reporting out only on the small business needs. You'll recall that while you approved $2 million for small business needs on October 27th, 1.2 of that $2 million was to fund the previous round grants that were that exceeded the grant funding that we had available at that time, meaning we only had $800,000 to put towards this $1.5 million in request as of the end of November. I'll invite Kristen York to share a bit more about how pleased we were with the submittals for this most recent grant cycle, which really met the board's intent of, again, avoiding blight, preserving community anchors, and hopefully keeping folks employed. And that we really heard from a number of the businesses who are frankly synonymous with the communities that they serve and that we want to make sure remain in business going forward. With the more recent announcements from the state, certainly the board on November 17th expressed its desire to continue to consider funding for those businesses who were larger than those served in the last grant cycle, as well as in the intervening days, we have heard a lot about what, for lack of a better term, we're calling chamber community collaborations, which is chamber and cities that want to make some catalytic investments, whether they be in physical platforms for outdoor dining or digital platforms to assist smaller businesses with online ordering and delivery and the kinds of things that may well be in our future if we're facing more drastic close downs. What we're proposing is that we extend an additional $2 million in funding to the current Placer Shares impact grants, raising the ceiling so that we don't preclude those larger businesses from applying, as well as identifying eligibility criteria, again, for these chamber community collaboratives, two of which we've already heard about. I know they've also connected with board members up in North Lake Tahoe and here in Auburn. And again, the beauty of the collaboratives, it's an opportunity to essentially leverage investments on behalf of a number of small businesses who they in of themselves may not be able to afford the kinds of investments needed to stay vital during this upcoming period. So again, we're proposing an additional $2 million. It would double our October 27th allocation for small businesses. Again, for those businesses not served by our just concluded round and those collaboratives. And pending the board's action today, the proposed grant window could open in early December. I think we're going to wait a few days to see if we hear more from the governor that might inform how we structure this next round, with checks going out in early January. But if the board does elect to grant the $2 million, we would use 700,000 of that 2 million to essentially fully fund the round that just concluded, because we were so pleased with the quality of those applications, leaving 1.3 million for, again, this next round of larger businesses, the community chamber collaboratives going forward. All of this is to say we want to help support innovation to sustain our business community. Again, this depicts outdoor dining, which may or may not be in our future, pending what the state has to say, but to really reward the kinds of businesses that have continued to innovate and pivot in this most challenging environment, to keep their doors open, to keep people employed, to keep our communities vital. We also, as CEO Todd Leopold mentioned earlier, have been actively engaged with many of these same partners on the Shop Placer Show Your Love for Local campaign, which Supervisor Gore and a number of the elected leaders from our placer cities took part in, again, all in an effort to continue to bolster and shore up our business community during this difficult time. So I'll invite Kristen to come up and speak to you a little bit more about the stories and to paint a better picture of the grant round that just concluded, which again, we think is well worth your funding consideration to fully fund that last round, as well as allocate some additional money for continued business assistance going forward. So I will flash back to the action before you in the proposal and invite Kristen on up.
Good morning or afternoon, Chair Gore, supervisors. Thanks for having me again today. I want to express how high the quality of applications were for this round. We have approved 47. We are still collecting data on a few. 9 were deemed ineligible for a variety of reasons. A few of them were owned by out-of-state corporations and could not provide tax returns that indicated local ownership, and we pulled those out immediately. There's a big difference between a New York-based corporation and a Placer County-based homeowner who's leveraging their home to keep their business. So we were really preferential to that. The list includes businesses that I'm certain you have all been to, all very conscientious business owners who are making that pivot. Some of the applications that were kicked out were also restaurants that chose to close after the Thanksgiving holiday. So we did interview them, we did find information, but we're starting to see that particularly with Purple changed everything in the restaurant world. And some have just decided that it's better for them to close and pay their rent and get through this period than to try to do takeout or outdoor dining, particularly in the Eastern County. So I wanted to assure you that the money is going to very worthy recipients, and I would encourage you to at least approve that $700,000 so that we could fund every single applicant who passed. This is a difficult time. Some of the stories we're hearing, and I do want to caution, if we do go forward with the next round, is that we keep that criteria very, very tight, and we listen to those collaboratives that have the capacity and the ability to help their local businesses. So this could be in a downtown district or some sort of concentrated shopping district. We do have a case study in Truckee, Nevada County, that is quite successful. They have created a winter wonderland along with the marketing to go around with it, and it's drawing visitors, hopefully not too many, because it tends to get crowded. So we have that to contend with. But we're at the breaking point for many businesses. We are receiving emails back of things like, I'm done, that's why I'm closing, or I have just enough to pay my rent to get through. The restaurant cost structure is such that you can delete 70% of your costs if you just keep your doors shut at a minimum. Retail is different. They're holding inventory and they have to pay for that. So part of this next round could be helping move to digital platforms, et cetera. So I invite any questions. Also, just on the federal bill, double fingers crossed, that was proposed this morning. Sorry, I had to write it down. $166 billion is proposed for state and county government CARES type funding addition, and then $288 billion in additional PPP loan funding, forgivable loans. So that could potentially, the earliest we would see that is January. Additionally, at the state of California, Governor Newsom announced a $500 million grant fund. However, he did use the term disadvantaged business community when he announced it. We don't know what the guidelines are, but many of our communities do not fare well under those guidelines. The same reasons that Supervisor Euler spoke to earlier. Anyway, any questions?
Thank you, Kristen. Supervisor Wygant?
Yeah, first, Kristen, again, I want to thank you again. So I hope you don't get tired of me thanking you, but I appreciate
Never.
it. I was hoping. So I think you kind of answered this already, but maybe you'd have some other insights. I mean, all of us can guess as to how this is going to play itself out. My personal view is that restrictions in California likely will stay in place as long as the spread rates continue to be high, regardless of anything else.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the metrics by which the governor is measuring his policies. So we've learned that regardless of why, the colder weather has seen spikes in the spread throughout the country and world. We have a vaccines on the way. There's obviously going to be some lag time, but it looks like that's going to be more optimistic than what might have been imagined earlier. But, I could see us going into early spring, late winter, who knows, somewhere in that time frame. And I just, I don't know if you have anything else to add, but obviously you've thought through now attempting to deliver what we have to companies who can last through that. And it may be longer. So any more anecdotal or any, for us to consider what we're doing and
Sure.
I'm wanting to do everything we can.
Yeah.
But we don't want to put bad money or good money after bad circumstances. And
Absolutely. Which is why, and first of all, we can't save everyone, correct? I mean, I run a small business development center. We talk to businesses every day who those owners probably should not be in business. So there's definitely a steep learning curve. But the fact is we are now seeing strong evidence of a K-type recovery, meaning that many individuals are doing fine. They have money to spend. They want to spend it. They want to go out. They're going to go out. They're going to go and pick up their takeout. They're going to buy local, hopefully, and not Amazon. But the base there, that's where a big concern is. That's where the social services are. The new federal bill also has expanded unemployment. So there's that hopefully will help. The county needs to decide where you can't help everybody. So you need to decide where you can help your anchor businesses, your businesses owners who have committed and have been there and have pivoted and have dug into their personal savings and taken second mortgages on their homes. That's what we saw in the last round. I think the supervisors also giving so generously to the nonprofit, that is very important because that's the bottom of that K curve. A statistic that I heard yesterday in an economic summit was that increase in rent payments on credit cards is up 70%. 70%. That's that bottom of that K curve. That is a different thing. That is the social safety net. What we're talking about now are the businesses that can survive this, that can provide livelihood for their family and maintain their downtowns, prevent the blight. So that, that's not just like getting an application and approving it. That is like really looking at who the business owner is. Where do they live? Where do their kids go to school? How long have they been there? And that's sort of this sort of last gasp until we can bridge to more federal and then finally state assistance. That was a long answer.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. That's exactly the kind of information I was trying to get. And then just a comment for you two, Jane and Kristen, hearing what you just told us about a half an hour ago with what might be emerging as another relief package. Mm-hmm. I've been reading some stuff, hearing some stuff for what it's worth. That this time the federal government, depending on when this occurs, if it does occur, might make payments directly to all jurisdictions as compared to filtering anything through the state because of the problems that were caused by the delay for the smaller jurisdiction getting their money. So it just, obviously you've thought of that already. So I'll just keeping an eye on that and giving us feedback on that, because the timing then gets us back to spring, summer, whatever does happen with this.
You know, I'm not a public health specialist, but no matter how you slice it, what the big fear now is the impact on hospitalizations, right?
Right.
And the fact that people are circulating, the holidays are here and they're going to. Human behavior is the most difficult thing to change, right? So that rate is likely to go up. We are indoors. The vaccine is, you know, I have 2 kids that are in healthcare. I hope it goes to them first, honestly. That's where they should go. But it'll be, you know, it's just going to be a while. But the other thing is that starts to give people comfort to move around again. So, but again, I am not a public health, I'm just a realist.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kristen. Let's see. No other questions from our board. Let's go ahead and open this up to the public if we have any comments, either in person here or on Zoom.
Daniel, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Great. Well, good morning, Chair Gore, members of the board, Daniel Berlant, Mayor of the City of Auburn. First, I'd like to start by thanking each one of you for taking the leadership to support our local small businesses and nonprofits who have been suffering during this pandemic. Your focus on getting the CARES funding directly into our community has been significant in keeping the doors open and keeping our merchants from going out of business. Second, I want to take a quick opportunity to thank the staff of Placer County who have made it their mission to work with our cities, work with our chambers, and listen, specifically Jane Christensen, Sherry Conway. We're very appreciative of their efforts. On November 10th, I sent you a letter regarding requesting that the county make business associations eligible for community types of projects that would benefit multiple businesses in staying open under the state guidelines and the restrictions. Specifically, as we move into winter, these projects would allow us to continue our outdoor operations in the rain and in the cold, assembling durable tents, constructing more permanent structures. All these allow us to put multiple businesses, multiple restaurants benefiting from these projects. I'm appreciative of staff providing this recommendation, and I hope you will fund this project. These could include buying heaters or other elements to keep the businesses open right now during the winter months. Between the Auburn Chamber of Commerce, our 4 business associations, they are poised. They are ready to go. The only thing is they used all their money over the summer to help their businesses move outdoors. And so they need the funding in order to make this happen. So these collective community-wide focused projects are critical in keeping our residents safe, keeping our residents employed, and more importantly, keeping our businesses open. So I thank you in advance for your support in funding business association collective community projects. And I truly, sincerely thank you and your staff for the hard work in continuing to support, get the CARES dollars directly in to our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else, Megan? All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and let's have a discussion about staff recommendation. We want to go ahead and increase the amount that we had originally provided last time. I'm in favor of it. I think we have enough CARES dollars to do that. Correct, Todd? I mean, we haven't allocated everything, so I would be in favor of doing that.
Absolutely. And could I ask a quick question? I meant to ask this earlier, Jane. Of the other counties, how do we compare as far as percentage of CARES Act that is going back out to our business communities? I know we were doing well early on. We've continued to add to that. And I think for our taxpayers and our constituents to understand the magnitude of opportunity that we're helping our businesses with is important.
Correct. I'm pleased to say that Placer County is head and shoulders above any other California county in redirecting this federal money directly to the community. When we first started this effort back in July, our percentage of our money, even though we didn't receive as much as many others, was greater than anyone else's. I believe Nevada edged us for a short while, but with the Placer County decision on October 27th. We edged ahead of them, and certainly pending the board's action today will be that much further ahead of anyone else's efforts to put this money to work for their communities.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'd really like our PIO staff to work on that, not to pat ourselves on the back, but to really demonstrate our commitment, and I think county staff's commitment to making sure that we're only using the money we absolutely need to continue our operations, and the rest is going to our business community and our nonprofits. So I really appreciate that.
Correct. I double checked with Daniel Chatney, and what we're proposing here in no way undoes what he presented to you on October 27th in terms of the use of our CARES monies.
Great. Thank you again. I support the staff's recommendation. Right. Do you want a motion?
Yes, please.
Then I'll move approval.
And
Staff's recommendation.
And I'll second that.
And this is just for the additional funding?
This is for the additional funding, yes.
With those.
Well, the additional, the $2 million.
Right.
I have to recuse myself as it relates to the part on SBC because I'm a member of their board, so that's why I was asking.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Right, you know what the motion was? You're clear? Okay, I'm making sure. All right, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed, and one abstention by Supervisor Wygant. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good job. Thanks.
Yeah, and thank you, Kristen, for making your way here today. We're going to move to department items. We have item 7A, which is Bickford Ranch Specific Plan Project Phase 1A. And this is a project facilitation agreement services with Pinnacle Project Management of Folsom, California. Hi, Rebecca.
Good morning, Chair Gore and members of the board. Still just barely morning. In this next item before you, we are requesting that you, number one, authorize the purchasing manager to award a contract under the existing master services agreement, SCN 101518, with Pinnacle Project Management of Folsom, California, to perform project facilitation services for the construction of the Bickford Ranch Phase 1A public backbone infrastructure in the amount of $511,500 and execute contract change orders in an amount up to 10%, which is $51,150 of the contract amount. Number two, approve and authorize the Community Development Resource Agency Director to execute an agreement with the project owners of the first phase of Bickford Ranch to fund both consultant project facilitation services and a portion of county staff time to manage the contract and provide internal project facilitation. And three, approve a budget amendment to the fiscal year 2020-21 budget to increase appropriations by $511,500 with offsetting revenue provided by the project owners. The Bickford Ranch specific plan is located south of Highway 193 and east of Sierra College Boulevard. The original approval for Bickford Ranch was in 2001, and revisions to the land use plan were made in 2015. This very first phase of the project will construct public backbone infrastructure, and that will start in February 2021 and go through fall of 2022. And this will support the creation of the first age-restricted residential subdivision lots. The Bickford Ranch developer has requested that the county use a consultant project facilitator to oversee and expedite the construction activities, and they will pay for all costs for this work, as well as the county staff time necessary to manage this contract. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rebecca. Looks like there are no questions. We will open this up to the public. Any comments from the public, either in the chambers or on Zoom? All right, we'll bring it back to the board.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Euler, second by Supervisor Wygant, and roll call, please.
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes?
Temporarily absent.
Euler? Gustafson? Gore?
Aye. Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you very much.
We'll move to item 8A, which is Specialty Mental Health Services Contract with Uplift Family Services. And good morning, Amy.
Good morning, Chair Gore and members of the board. I am Amy Ellis, the Director of the Adult System of Care, here with an action item to approve an agreement with Uplift Family Services to provide specialty mental health services to children and adults in the total amount of $1,004,558 for the period of January 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement and to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed $100,000 consistent with the subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. After a competitive request for proposal process for the selection of a qualified firm to provide Tahoe Truckee mental health and substance use disorder services, Uplift Family Services was awarded the opportunity to continue to provide specialty mental health services for children, and in addition, begin providing adult specialty mental health services to adults. Combining services for one sole organization was the optimal and most efficient model needed for Tahoe residents. This model will ultimately be the most cost-effective approach given the vast needs, workforce challenges, and small population of the Tahoe region. While Uplift has been successfully providing services to youth in the Tahoe area for over 5 years, the provision of adult services by Uplift is new and an exciting opportunity. It's fully anticipated that the county adult residents will receive the positive outcomes demonstrated previously to children and families. These adult mental health services, including medication management, are offered to qualified recipients who meet criteria for medical necessity. Specialty mental health services help those individuals with mental illness receive the appropriate treatment to avoid unnecessary and expensive higher levels of psychiatric care. Funding for this contract includes 55% in federal funding, 6% in MHSA funds for serving children only, and $392,051 or 39% in county general funds. All funding has been budgeted appropriately. Any questions?
Thank you, Amy. It looks like there are no questions. We will open this up to the public for any public comment. No public comment. Bring it back to the board.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Amy. And item 9A, Geographic Information Systems Enterprise License Agreement with Environmental Systems Research Institute of Redlands, California. And I believe we have somebody on Zoom. Mike Lewis? And we just need to be able to hear you.
Sorry, folks, can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Waiting on, there we go.
Hey, are you
there,
the
Mike?
IT people? Come on. All right, take it away. And we actually have the presentation up on our screen here, but are you trying to get it?
We're just waiting on Mr. Lewis here. If he has audio.
We cannot hear you, Mr.
Yep.
Lewis.
Mr. Lewis, can you hear us? Oh, he's
All right.
scrambling here.
Well,
I can go ahead and continue with my brief right now, and then once he gets his audio fixed, we can go from there. So my name is Phil Salter, and I'm the County GIS Coordinator. I joined Placer County in October of 2019 after 9 years serving in a similar role at Nevada County. My role as a GIS Coordinator is to bring together departments and both creators and consumers of geographic data in order to take advantage of the vast quantities of data that resident throughout the various county systems. I wanted to briefly, showcase some of the high-level capabilities of the geographic information system and what Placer County has accomplished over the past year. Next slide, please. So GIS can be used to understand the real world in a dynamic way. from urban design and planning to managing and analyzing land information. Next slide. Much of the data that can be used for GIS already resides within the county systems and processes. And this new GIS program is a unique way to take advantage of the data and reflect it in an easy to understand format for our communities. Next slide. These tools and others are allowing the county to rapidly get information to staff so they can better serve the citizens of Placer County. As you can see in some of the examples on the slide, the county's GIS data portal can be used to reflect community development and planning information, emergency management situations. Next slide. The proposed item we are bringing to you today for your consideration will enable much, if not most, of all county geospatial data to be connected via an enterprise hub within the IT department, with each county department continuing to own their individual data and processes. This allows for a smooth, rapid exchange of data in a common format when the department has a business need to share that data either among county staff or to the public. The next few slides are a few quick examples of GIS solutions that the IT department has been able to provide over the past year using this updated technology with tremendous support and collaboration from all county departments. Next slide. This slide reflects some of the assistance we provided to the Health and Human Services this year, collaborating on the county's homeless point in time count. Location and the data on the right has been redacted for privacy. Next slide. This slide reflects some of the assistance we provided, or we are able to create both an internal and public-facing COVID-19 tracking dashboard with an initial version posted on the public website within 72 hours. Next slide. We were also able to quickly create a tracking dashboard last winter for the Office of Emergency Services and your board to stay abreast of relevant data within the respect to the Pacific Gas and Electric Public Safety Power Shutoff events. Next slide. Finally, as discussed by Jane Christensen earlier today, our GIS team worked across several county departments and division to quickly create a tracking dashboard that reflects real-time allocation of Placer Shares Act grant funding for small businesses and nonprofits. Next slide. The GIS tools and visualizations you have seen are only the beginning of this new program that allows the county to better serve our citizens and communities by enabling shared understanding across county departments where we have previously had some knowledge silos. Thank you very much for your time. And if there are no questions, I will try to turn it back over here to Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it. And welcome to Placer County, though you've been here a year now. Let's
Thank
see.
you so much.
Mike, can we hear you? I was hoping you'd call in, but pretty much what you're asking us to do, and I don't know if we need a presentation because we understand what it does. We have, I'm just going to go ahead and read the action, and that is to approve an agreement with Environmental Systems Research Institute of Redlands, California for Geographic Information System software in the maximum amount of $555,000 for the period of December 10th, 2020 through December 9th of 2023, and authorize purchasing manager or designee to sign all required documents to execute and effectuate the agreement subject to departmental concurrence and available funding, and authorize the purchasing manager or designee to execute amendments in a total amount not to exceed $55,000 consistent with Placer County's procurement policy. Any questions from my colleagues? And we'll open it up to the public for any questions.
There are no questions.
And we don't have any, so I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Second.
A motion by Holmes, a second by Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, and we are going to move, let's see. Jane's got 10 minutes. You know what? Let's take this item and we'll give you about 10 minutes. We'll take this item, which is item 10A, progress report on strategic initiatives. And then we'll probably take ourselves a 20-minute break without closed session. We'll actually take a 20-minute break and then come back probably 12:35, 12:40 for the 12:30 timed item. Go ahead, Jane.
Good morning again, or good afternoon, I guess I should say. Jane Christensen from the CEO office, here to share some more good news in a challenging year. bit of a speed round to fit it into the time allotted. While, as Chair Gore noted, it has been a challenging year, but I'm also pleased to share with you we have much to show for it in spite of the challenging circumstances, especially as we look ahead to 2021, which you may know is the 170th anniversary of Placer's founding. A word on Placer County's strategic evolution, as this is essentially an update on the strategic plan initiatives the board outlined in April of 2018. Before 2018, Placer County's operations largely had a functional or siloed focus, much like you just heard in the last GIS presentation. With 2018, and certainly through 2020, the focus was instead on the critical success factors outlined by 3 of our present board members, and this report is to focus on those initiatives and those results as we look forward to 2021 and the board reconvening to refresh and perhaps update this work with the newly constituted board in 2021. In the area of strategic relationships and community engagement, this has been a banner year for Placer County in that regard. Certainly, if I were to characterize our efforts in this regard, I would characterize them as access with greater web services, virtual meetings, and town halls, despite the challenges of COVID, engagement like never before with our cities, with our chambers. Certainly Mayor Gore and our CEO have been meeting every Friday with the mayors and city managers of our constituent cities, simply because of the needs that we've been facing across a broad spectrum of public health, economic development, and emergency services. Also, too, I'm pleased to share with great credit to our Charter Review Committee, successful passage of 3 of the 4 charter measures that were on the November ballot. With regard to diversity of achievable housing, we have had demonstrable progress in moving the needle on this metric with Mercy Housing, which all of you were there for that groundbreaking, Schaefer's Mill, the establishment of the Placer Housing Trust Fund, expanded ADU initiatives, and a completed package of targeted housing code amendments to incent development in this critical area for Placer County. With regard to collaborative health and human services, preceding Dr. Oldham, this has certainly been quite a year for HHS. In addition to all the issues that are always on their plate as Placer County's largest department, clearly they have been in the lead with regard to our COVID response. But again, that traditional work continues with their multidisciplinary efforts to address homeless efforts and approaches. I've mentioned COVID, the establishment of County 211 services, as well as promotion of strategies to combat the opioid crisis, as well as convened an integrated work team on veteran services. Again, kudos to our retired HHS Director, Jeff Brown, and certainly to Dr. Oldham and his team for being able to manage successful efforts on multi-fronts, all in the midst of COVID. With regard to comprehensive public safety services, again, a top priority for the county. We have certainly moved forward with regard to our focus on fire services and fiscal sustainability with the board workshop on fire services in early November. Also expanding via the board's action, the fire marshal services for community fire protection, the evaluation of body-worn cameras, which will come to you from PCSO, I believe, at your next meeting. And the continued success on the probation front. Again, great credit to Marshall Hopper for continuing to expand on those PrEP program successes and embedding probation officers with our city's municipal police departments to continue that work. Also, a shout out to our new, or perhaps not so new, District Attorney Morgan Geyer for his efforts to establish a community prosecution unit and also their own YouTube channel for getting information out to seniors on frauds and scams even during this COVID time. I feel like we should call this the COVID edition, but that's the year it's been. With regard to public serving infrastructure and amenities, we have delivered on key infrastructure projects and county facilities over the last year. Certainly the PCGC master plan has been front and center before this board. Planning well underway for the HHS building, completion of the library master plan, the Atherton and Kirby Hills acquisitions, as well as a better integration of capital programs and ongoing operating expenses into our budget. Heretofore, I understand they've been mostly separate efforts, and we've made great strides in trying to integrate them so we more fully capture, again, ongoing operating costs for new capital projects versus just that initial capital expenditure. And of course, many of you were also there for the ground's grand opening earlier this year when events were still a thing. With regard to outcome-focused economic development strategies, this is where Sherry Conway and her team have also made great strides over the last year. The infrastructure investments approved by this board for our CSUS Placer Center campus, and I know from past jobs that if you have an educational institution in your midst, it is a catalytic game changer in terms of jobs and economic development. So this, I think, was a wise investment towards Placer's future. Expanded BRC services, the initiation of the business retention and expansion strategy that I think will begin in earnest in 2021 when we can, again, more gather for those critical conversations, continued RDA property disposition, as well as the Tahoe efforts that are ongoing through Supervisor Gustafson's work together with Aaron Casey up in Eastern Placer. With regard to prudent, all-inclusive financial planning, as Supervisor Euler noted earlier, this has long been a hallmark of Placer County, but we feel like we've moved the ball forward on this front as well, with improved fiscal transparency, more regular fiscal reporting to the board, again, critical during a time of COVID so that you're aware of changes in what our revenue landscape looks like so you can pivot accordingly. Again, I mentioned the progress that we have made with integrating the CIP into the operating budget. And certainly the board is well aware and justly proud of your efforts to stabilize OPEB funding for long-term obligations and your focus following the November budget and capital workshop on perhaps pivoting now to PERS to achieve equally impressive results. We've also done a lot in terms of better integrating fiscal information into things like our labor relations approach. Again, these multidisciplinary approaches is where we hope to go as a county because inevitably those are where the best solutions lie, not in the siloed approach that perhaps was a hallmark of yesteryear. With regard to innovative implementation-focused integrated services, if anything, that was 2020. Credit to Auditor Andy Sisk. While Workday was a big lift, it also made a lot of things possible that would otherwise have not been possible during this year of where many employees worked remotely in terms of keeping the county's financial systems going seamlessly, digitally, in spite of, again, the hardships. We certainly transitioned to anywhere operations for a broad swath of county employees when many workers were working remotely. We expanded online services. Great credit to Steve Pedretti and his folks who have kept online permitting and chatbot going for what has been an absolutely banner year for CEDRA in spite of COVID because of how they've continued to maintain services despite some of the challenges. We are moving forward in 2021 with automated agenda processing obviously, the board has also heard about the IDEA Accelerator, which was an initiative in the last fiscal year that continues into this fiscal year and that we'd like to see be a hallmark of Placer County for years to come. All in all, I think we've really done a remarkable job in leveraging the staff and system investments to reduce countywide operating costs at a time of great operational challenge. And I know in talking with Jared Thiessen and his team, he had said, if you had told me at the beginning of 2020 that we could make these kinds of strides in terms of the fiscal acumen and literacy of our employees, necessity is the mother of invention, and necessity certainly came in spades in 2020, and we rose to the challenge. So great credit to him and his team for helping to make that happen. With regard to land use planning and environmental stewardship, again, this has been a bit of a landmark year on that front. Many of the efforts that many of you have toiled for years, decades on, actually came to fruition. And we have essentially moved from a planning and development phase to implementation. So in many ways, 2020 was a culminating year for longstanding efforts like the PCCP, 20 years and counting, but you got it done, as well as signature efforts and starts for Placer Vineyards, Placer Ranch. Again, as I mentioned, the CSUS Placer Center campus, the Winery Brewery Ordinance, as well as, again, all the work that we've done in East Placer on the short-term rental front with regard to the ordinance and enforcement. It's been a year of finalizing many of these long-standing entitlements that will serve the county well into the future as we look to our next century. On a closing note and looking forward, I mentioned earlier our strategic evolution, but I really think as we look ahead, we'll look to strategic leadership again to continue this integration of multidisciplinary approaches, both in our systems as well in the services that we deliver. I thought this was a great picture from the Placer County Museum. If you look closely, you can see this was during the 1918 Spanish flu. You'll see that folks gathered for the Veterans Day Parade. They came together as a community then, as now, to persevere and weather the challenges. I believe it was Supervisor Holmes who told me this was the Veterans Day Parade in 1918. Not that he was there, but that he was familiar with it. Well, but again, we feel that we've been here before in terms of facing challenges and persevered and thrived as a community. We will continue to do so. And we look forward to the board's review and refresh of this 2018 strategic plan work, building on what has gone before as we chart our path forward on strategic leadership with our partners and the path to the city's Dodransby Centennial. That's 175 years in 2026.
Say that again.
Dodransby Centennial.
We'll work on that. We have 5 years to get that word down. Great. Thank you, Jane, very much for a speedy report. Really just terrific work by our staff, our teams this year. It has been quite a year. And in addition to all the other issues with COVID, our folks have moved forward on so many different initiatives and projects that will benefit our residents. So Todd, thank you. And Jane, and to your teams. No questions. We can open it up to the public. No public comment. Great. So we are going to take a break and come back at 12:35. That gives us, well, 12:40. Let's do 12:40. Give us a little bit of break. And then we will take our 12:30 timed item, which is an update by Dr. Oldham on HHS.
Thank you.
All right, I'm ready when you are. All right, welcome back, and we will continue with our December 1st, 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting, and we have item 5A is our monthly Health and Human Services COVID-19 response update. I know we've got Dr. Oldham and a couple of your team on the line. Good afternoon, Dr. Oldham. Nice to see you.
Hi, nice to see you. Thanks, Chair Gore, members of the board, for the opportunity to update your board again on the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic on our community and how our Department of Health and Human Services is responding. This afternoon, I'll provide an update on the spread of COVID-19 in Placer County and discuss Placer County's placement on the state tier framework, and then give an update on our local testing capacity and on vaccine development and distribution plans. Then after that part of the presentation, I'll hand off to our Deputy Director for our Adult System of Care, Amy Ellis, who will pass the baton to Twyla Abrahamson, the Deputy Director of our Children's System of Care. Amy and Twyla will talk about the impact of COVID on their respective divisions and how we're responding to those challenges. At your November the 17th board meeting, I reported on the dramatic surge in COVID cases, testing positivity rates, and hospitalizations we saw in late October and early November. That surge has continued, now clearly surpassing the height of the surge we saw last summer. It looks like the slides are up. As I said, this afternoon, you'll first hear from me, and then I'll hand off to Amy and Twyla. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the rather dramatic increase in hospitalizations due to COVID we're experiencing. COVID hospitalizations are now about double where they were at the peak of the summer surge and are taking up more than 15% of our total hospital bed capacity. This is concerning, especially going into the winter season when hospital admissions tend to peak. However, we're in regular contact with our hospitals who are each part of large integrated health systems, and they have robust surge plans and remain confident that they'll be able to continue to meet the needs of our community. They've made a lot of additional preparations since the spring. At this point, they have not needed to postpone elective procedures or take other steps that were necessary back during the first wave. We'll continue to watch our hospitalizations closely and provide support to our hospitals as needed. Next slide, please. Here you can see the surge in confirmed cases, which is now about 5 times higher than it was in late September. At one point, it was 7 times higher than it was in late September. Next slide, please. And here you can see that the COVID-19 testing positivity also continues to spike, not as dramatically as the case rate and the hospitalizations, but still kind of a more gradual increase over the last few months. Next slide, please. And here you'll see where we are on the state's tier framework. So we, along with almost every other county, are solidly in the purple now. We continue to see a pattern where our adjusted case rate is associated with a more restrictive tier than our testing positivity rate. Actually, our case rate is now being adjusted down due to our tests exceeding the state average per 100,000 residents. So while I don't anticipate Placer being assigned back to the red tier anytime soon, I continue to believe that our best shot at getting there is by creating and maintaining adequate access to testing and getting our overall testing positivity and health equity testing positivity rate back into the orange tier. Next slide, please. Yeah, and speaking of testing, we've really been challenged in recent weeks by a tremendous surge, not just in cases, but in the demand for testing. Between healthcare providers and our own testing sites, we're now testing nearly 2,000 Placer residents per day. This is the highest volume of testing we've ever experienced, and as I mentioned earlier, exceeds the state average in terms of tests per 100,000 residents. However, the demand for testing still seems to be outpacing supply. As a result, beginning tomorrow, we'll be adding additional testing lane at our OptumServe testing sites, both in Roseville and in Truckee. So this will increase our testing capacity by another 1,650 tests per week. So 330 tests per day when during the days that the sites are open. In addition, we continue to partner with Placer County Office of Education on 3 school-specific sites that add an additional capacity to collect 720 specimens per day. In addition, our hospitals and clinics are also making efforts to add additional testing capacity. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to get back to meeting our community demand for testing in the very near future. I also wanted to take this opportunity to thank the City of Roseville for inviting us to use the MIDU Activity Center for the foreseeable future as our South Placer testing site. We really appreciate the city's in-kind support. So far, we've gotten good reviews from the staff and residents who can pull right in and easily find a parking spot. There's also lots of signage in the area so people can easily find the site. Okay, you can take down the slides for a minute, please. Just a few other things that have come up since our November the 17th meeting I should probably comment on. First, on November the 25th, Placer County Public Health issued a health alert notice within about 24 hours of 2 other counties reporting outbreaks to us involving over 24 cases of COVID-19 associated with Courtside Basketball Center and unincorporated Rockland. This health alert notice advised the public to avoid all participation in indoor activities at Courtside. The state blueprint for a safer economy requires gyms and fitness facilities in counties in the purple tier to close indoor operations. Typically, Placer County Public Health would not release a name of a specific facility or organization associated with an outbreak because public health can work with them to identify close contacts and notify people individually of their risk and the need for quarantine and testing. Unfortunately, in this case, this outbreak was too large and geographically diverse for us to adhere to our usual protocol. And in addition, the facility has refused to cease indoor operations or host and continues to host tournaments despite being advised that these activities are not currently permitted under California's blueprint framework. I've heard that some families were not aware that this was not compliant with the state guidance. So we issued this notification so that players, family members, and others can be aware of the potential exposure and of the potential ongoing risk. We're still working with other counties to trace this outbreak and don't yet have information about the condition of people associated with the outbreak. However, we have heard that since our health alert notification last week, additional cases have been identified, pushing the total into the high 30s. In addition to the situation with Courtside, we're getting lots of questions and complaints from the general public about other businesses and organizations who are not following the state COVID guidance. To avoid overwhelming public health and public safety capacity with these calls, we're asking that these inquiries be routed to 211, who will assist in directing the inquiry to the appropriate jurisdiction and/or regulatory authorities. As far as HHS's enforcement authority, it's fairly limited. We have some regulatory authority over certain businesses we license, such as restaurants and tattoo studios, but that authority is limited to health and safety code and probably does not extend to the state's COVID guidance. The local health officer does have the authority to issue orders where there's an imminent threat to public health. A violation of a health officer order is a criminal misdemeanor. In general, I don't see criminalization of behaviors that are non-compliant with the state COVID guidance as a just or effective route to curtail this pandemic. In fact, doing so risks further driving our community apart during a time when we need to be coming together more than ever. Again, the best way for us to stop COVID is by working together to encourage each other to wear a mask when we're around others and to keep our distance and avoid gatherings as much as possible, especially for the next several weeks while COVID is surging. But as Placer's interim health officer, I do reserve the authority to issue health officer orders. I would reserve this for the most egregious cases when a particular person is clearly putting the health of our community in imminent danger, and only when enforcement is actually a practicable reality. I don't think it's a good idea for the health officer to issue an order just to make a point or to issue an order if that order would not be enforced. Egregious violations of state COVID guidance have also been referred to state regulatory bodies, including Cal OSHA and ABC, who have statewide enforcement authority. They can issue fines and sanction businesses, which seems more appropriate than criminalization in almost all cases. I also like the idea of financial incentives to help businesses comply with state guidance. Financial incentives may be more effective at changing behaviors than enforcement. I've heard from many businesses who are trying their best to comply with state COVID guidance, but are running into all kinds of barriers, including losing business to competitors who are not as compliant. I had the opportunity to speak with the Joint Chamber of Commerce this morning, and they reminded me that we have a lot of innovative thinkers in our business community, and I'd love to hear more from them about how we can harness the competitive marketplace to improve safety during this pandemic. Our businesses are problem solvers, and I'm confident that they can work together to help address some of these challenges and hold each other accountable. In the midst of lots of bad news and controversy on the COVID front, I did want to share some more positive news on the vaccine front since the November 17th meeting. There now appears to be at least 3 effective vaccines on the horizon, with a Pfizer vaccine slated to get approval and be distributed and administered to some healthcare workers as early as later this month. As Mike Romero, our COVID response director, pointed out last month, vaccine distribution will follow 3 phases. Phase 1 will include healthcare workers who treat COVID patients or are likely to be exposed, or other essential workers and people at higher risk of severe COVID illness or death. Phase 2 will be characterized by a larger number of doses available with gradual expansion to the general population, and Phase 3 will include wide vaccine availability. To distribute and administer vaccine, public health, in partnership with human resources, will need to quickly assemble a temporary workforce. In particular, we're going to need lots of temporary, part-time registered nurses and LVNs to assist with the vaccine distribution and administration. Recruiting nurses is always a challenge, but we expect this will be especially challenging during this pandemic. So we're appealing to all of Placer's nurses to apply for these temporary part-time positions. You'll have the opportunity to serve your community, earn a little extra money, and join a great team. Plus, you'll be able to tell your children and grandchildren how you help contribute to our local effort during these historic times. I want to thank our HR department for all of their support and flexibility to make this recruitment successful. And before I hand off, just let me close by saying that it looks like that this next month is going to be one of our most trying months in memory, not just for HHS or Placer County, but for our state and our nation. I know we're all very tired of COVID and all the associated impacts and disruptions to our lives. I'm confident that better months are around the corner, but this month is going to be hard. And yet, if we let our guard down, if we don't take the necessary steps, it will be even harder, and the pain will last even longer. This Thanksgiving, I reflected on the things I'm grateful for. Included in that list were my tremendous colleagues and partners here at HHS and all the great communities and resources we have here in Placer County. While this next month may be one of our hardest, I look forward to our children and grandchildren talking about how we made it through this hard time by pulling together as a community. And now let me hand off to Amy Ellis, who will talk about COVID's impact on our adult system of care and how we've responded. Amy?
Thank you, Rob. Good afternoon, Chair Gore and members of the board. Hi again. I'm Amy Ellis, Director of the Adult System of Care. Please pull up slide 7. Thank you. I will be updating the board on a brief overview of the services provided within the adult system of care and some impacts we've seen since COVID-19. As listed here, ASAC offers an array of services provided by county staff as well as contracted community-based organizations. ASAC has 161 county employees, dozens of embedded contracted staff within our buildings, and several staff co-located within other agencies, such as law enforcement, social services, emergency rooms, and more. We could not meet our mandates without our community partners. We found through the COVID-19 pandemic that our as county staff jumped in to support agencies, such as when we helped at our substance use facilities when staffing was an issue for them. And contracted agencies stepped up to help lift essential services that the county needed support with, such as our COVID efforts for the homeless. The collaboration in time of emergency has been outstanding. When faced with COVID challenges, we had to focus on our critical functions. Some examples include our mental health crisis. We needed to focus on diverting from and moving clients quickly through the emergency room, despite the fact that we had a 50% increase in mobile crisis utilization, meaning more people were avoiding the ERs. More needed to be done to decrease our clients' length of stay within the ERs. Second, our older adults with adult protective services and in-home support services. Older and dependent adults were faced with isolations and supply shortages that required attention. So staff contacted 1,396 vulnerable older adults and found that while a majority had adequate care in place, some did require some additional support, which was provided. Other efforts included developing a backup provider registry in case their care provider became ill. And APS calls in the community continued and had to occur in person, albeit they did decline during the periods of shutdowns because mandated reporters such as banks, home health service, and hospitals were not seeing clients like they normally would. Third, our public guardian department, which oversees conservatorships, which are a legal process for clients who cannot meet their basic needs for food, shelter, and safety due to their mental health. They still needed placements and monitoring, which created a unique challenge as staff could not visit some congregate care sites and some placements had reduced capacity. Fourth, we had critical medication management like mental health injections and substance use medications such as methadone. They cannot suddenly stop and they can't instantly transfer to telehealth. So while many services were shifted away from in-person, some services were required to remain in person for the duration of this pandemic. Last, homeless and housing. While this is always a focus for us, it became an even higher priority as the unique aspects of sheltering in place and COVID mitigation strategies needed to be implemented within congregate living settings. Next slide, please. Many have asked me, how has this pandemic impacted mental health and substance use needs in the community? Well, I'm going to offer a quick review of data as well as give you some reports from staff and partners. We have observed a 48% increase in crisis calls from 2019, and our number of hospitalizations has increased about 10%. Our productivity numbers are up, meaning people who are in services are receiving more than they did previously. Yet our overall non-crisis entry to services is slightly down. This indicates what my staff will anecdotally tell you, which is some people who probably could use and should use mental health services help are not coming in. But the people who do come in during this time are of higher acuity, meaning they are more complicated, have higher needs, and are being seen more frequently. However, on the substance use side, we saw the opposite. We have seen a large 149% increase in requests for services, but a 28.4% decrease in actual services provided. The increases in requests are in part due to our expansion of services and access points due to the ODS expansion, not just due to COVID, but the substance use side was hit hard by the pandemic from a capacity standpoint due to our residential providers decreasing their ability to serve by about 25% to be able to reduce COVID risk within congregate care settings. And that substance use treatment is more commonly done by group treatment, which is harder to do with telehealth. And there are higher confidentiality standards that make electronic service options more challenging. We are working hard to support our providers to build service levels up as high as possible during the pandemic, because having lower capacity not only negatively impacts providers financially, but could also result in even greater acuity and community need when people finally can access the services. Next slide, please. While our suicide hotline saw a 32% increase in calls relative to 2019, the evidence isn't strong enough to point to more suicides in Placer County as a result of COVID-19. You can see that the March and April months do reflect the highest monthly totals for suicides in Placer County this year over the past 6 years. While we did observe a spike during that time period, that trend did not continue in the following months. If you look at trends overall, it does point to more suicides this year than last year, but we've also seen a slight increase in suicides each year since 2016. So while the suicide data is complex, the fact that the emergency rooms are encouraging county crisis services to move behavioral health clients out of ERs more quickly is very real. I have been looking at our data closely with Sutter for several months and have been strategizing on ways to address their needs while also ensuring that mental health clients do have a right to ER space when medically necessary. 2 strategies that we're currently working on and will bring to your board for support are first, to grant Sutter the ability to do their own 5150 evaluations through telepsychiatry. This may improve the speed of 5150 assessments, address some workflow challenges, and allow some of our Placer County crisis staff to serve clients outside of the hospital setting, which could improve our overall crisis continuum. The second would be to create a short-term 24/7 crisis center with the goal of diverting individuals with mental health crisis from the ERs and avoid unnecessary hospitalizations. We are costing out the opportunity to do a pilot project on the Kirby Hills campus. Then, after we have data on utilization, trends, and impacts, we can develop a larger proposal that will include how this can possibly improve our crisis continuum and may decrease costs overall. Next slide, please. Finally, I need to take the opportunity to credit our amazing team who has shifted practically overnight from mostly in-person services to as much telehealth services as possible. In the midst of developing new policies and procedures, creating telehealth infrastructure, developing new workflows, obtaining PPE and office safety materials, sustaining existing mandated services, and going above and beyond to offer our staff time to community-based organizations, to our sister division like public health, and creating new homeless services that required hiring extra help, and not only just extra help, but people willing to transport and be in close contact with COVID exposed and COVID positive individuals. And all of our staff are working harder than ever. In shifting to a work from home model for those who could, I expected to see a major dip in our services rendered, but our productivity reports do not reflect that. Amid all of this additional work, we were able to maintain and in some areas serve more community members during this pandemic than ever. We were able to bill and draw down over $1 million more in fee-for-service mental health revenue and finish some priority projects, like the fact that HHS just launched a new employee engagement stay plan process. Our staff's resiliency and commitment to public service has been inspiring to be a part of. Thank you. Please take down my slide deck. I'm going to now turn the time over to my partner on the children's side, Twyla Abrahamson.
Good afternoon, Chair Gore, Supervisors, Mr. Leopold, Ms. Schwab, and Twyla Abrahamson here to continue this presentation. So if you can bring the slide deck back up to slide number 11, that would be helpful. Wonderful. You've just heard from Amy Atlas summarizing a number of areas in behavioral health, such as substance use and mental health services, suicide rates, mobile crisis calls, and how the adult system of care has been functioning to still provide services to residents. You've also heard how ASOC has supported a number of other community priorities, such as Project Room Key and Home Key, transportation, and other efforts. For the children's system of care, you may read this slide for the basics as discussing actually our system of care, which is very, very unique in the state of California and frankly, in most of the United States. It would take a little bit too long for this particular presentation, but you do have some of the facts on the slide. But I'd like to also echo Amy's comments that we are busy supporting other priority efforts related to COVID, such as Project Room Key, transportations to the hotel, Department Operations Center support, contact tracing, and food distribution during these months-long journey. However, the question that comes up most frequently to me is, how are the children, youth, and families doing during this pandemic? And that answer to that question is complicated and has some nuance to it. So what do I mean? You've heard that the behavioral health data for adults, it's unclear about increases in services due to screening clinic changes and methods of entry. So services are being delivered, yet data on increases and decreases is not as comparable to last year. As Amy said, we do know that clinical acuity is up with higher and more severe needs for clients and consumers. We have also had increased calls to the suicide prevention hotline and for mobile crisis services. The same adults that Amy is talking about that is served in the adult system of care are also many of those that are the parents for those that we serve in the children's system of care. So for children and youth specifically, substance use services provided are up 425% from 2019, which is a startling figure, but is partly due to that new method of referrals and funding changes. And also youth are not as actively involved in residential services, but in outpatient services. Calls for the Family Mobile Team, which is a mobile crisis team co-located with Roseville Police Department in the South County area, are also quite far up, 413%. But again, comparability is a bit of a problem because we only started that service partway through 2019, so the total numbers are not as comparable. However, what we have been trying to do is determine trends. such as do the increases coincide with in-person or distance learning? But that is also proving to be impossible, as all districts have had different schedules in coming back to school on site or via distance learning, and that's depending on the individual school. However, similar to ASOC, the acuity of crisis cases for youth and their families is higher, and the family issues are very complex. Our requests for psychiatric services slowed in the spring, but they have rebounded. And again, all of these are very complex needs. Next slide, please. 2 weeks ago, there was a Senate hearing focused on the COVID-19 impacts to the child welfare system. I bring this up because the state gave background information and a summary of impacts based on statewide data. But while the state data reflects that there was on average a 55% drop in hotline calls to report suspected child abuse and neglect, Placer's data do not show that significant of a drop. Our lowest drop, or highest if you will, was only less than 37%, and that was only for 1 month. We think this can be largely attributed to our partners being trained very well to identify potential issues, even when the children, youth, and families are not as visible in the community. Regarding cases that were actually opened, there were reports from some counties of double-digit drops. Placer County had only a 5.74% drop of total, which is only 9 cases to date throughout this entire year. The Senate hearing also noted that many counties had court cases backed up for months, impacting reunification for children with their families. For Placer County, our courts did not shut down at all. The court offices did close for in-person appearances, but very rapidly moved to phone and then video appearances and in-person as quickly as possible. This has, of course, reverted to a certain extent since Placer is now back in the purple tier, but the courts are open. So court hearings have not been delayed hugely for our 6, 12, and 8-month hearings. So we have not experienced the same level of backlogging that many other counties have. This is a testament to our judicial bench, court officers, our judge, county counsel, and child and parent attorneys, as well as our families who have been willing to proceed with services in unique delivery methods and supervised visitation with protective measures and creative locations. What has made this possible to continue to deliver services to our children, youth, and families and adults during this extraordinarily complicated time? First, as Amy noted, we have wonderful contract providers who have been pivoting weekly to deliver what families need. If they needed mental health, they work to deliver it via telephone or video conference. But they have also delivered on basic needs: food, clothing, infant formula, conducting food and diaper drives and backpack drives when back to school was on the horizon. Our probation partners have been out in the community and in the homes side by side with all of us as we have met the needs in the community. They have been working with youth to keep them safe and make progress while protecting the community. We've worked with our education partners to find families when they have disappeared from school rolls, when attendance has been an issue, or when concerns about what is being seen in families' homes via Zoom have arisen. Next slide, please. We have made technology improvements. Sorry, I actually went to this slide a little appropriate. So can we go back to the other slide? Thank you. We've made technology improvements, moving from paper to digital signatures for items families would normally have had to come into the offices for, such as gas cards. And many of our CSOC staff, just to remind you, have been out in the field. Our clinical staff report to hospitals for crisis evaluations and have been since the beginning of this pandemic. Our family mobile team has gone into family homes when called to address crises and family stress. And our child welfare social workers, who are considered first responders, have responded in the field, in the community, directly in family homes to investigate and evaluate suspected child abuse and neglect, to conduct visits to check on child and family functioning with case plans, and to conduct supervised visitation in person as often as possible to ensure safety of children first. This has also included all of our out-of-county and out-of-state worker visits. No federal flexibilities have been given for these type of visits. Now to the next slide, please. I would also like to briefly mention resource family recruitment. As you are aware, resource families, foster families, are scarce in all parts of the state, not just Placer County, and continues to this day. However, very early in the shelter at home beginning stages, when very little was known about this virus, CSOC was faced with a short-term, very intense need for emergency resource families. This was due to placements in other counties not accepting referrals, and other families concerned about young people living in their homes with grandparents and others with medical conditions. So as a piece of good news, during this time, CSOC worked with our partners at Placer County Office of Education on a unique recruitment strategy, reaching out to educators who were sheltering at home to consider becoming an emergency resource family. Our joint team created a letter of interest, and PCOE posted it to their internal educational staff distribution list. The idea was that some educators who were at home, they had already mostly background cleared, and they're familiar with children and youth. The unique recruitment generated well over 100 letters of interest from possible families and resulted in at least 4 families willing to take medically fragile or hard to place teens. This effort, by the way, was rewarded with a very prestigious 2020 California State Association of County Awards, one of the top 3 in the state to win the California County's Innovation Award. Although, of course, the intent at the time was just to find a creative solution to a very vexing problem. So as I close this update to our esteemed board, we just thought you should know what your county employees are doing in HHS, specifically ASOC and CSOC, to support and serve the residents of Placer County. As we have transitioned to working at home, we continue actually to be out in the field, in the community, and in family homes to support the most vulnerable of our community during this tremendous time of change, anxiety, and stress. Back to you, Dr. Oldham.
Great, thanks. Nice job, Twyla and Amy, and I'll open it up for any questions from the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the update. Really appreciate it. Let's go ahead and question Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, thank you. Rob, I appreciate you producing the slides that you did, because actually this was precisely the data I was looking at yesterday. But it's interesting how you and I, looking at the same data, are kind of coming to different conclusions here. And so I just want to walk you through my numbers as I look at this and basically try to provide a little bit of perspective that I think that we need as we're addressing the public. You produced the slide that shows and you used the example of our case rate being 7 times higher than in late September. You chose our low water mark and climbed up from there. But I would draw your attention to our peak of 21.6, which was on November the 20th. And I would compare that to our peak of 13.1, which was on July 17th. So just looking at the chart as it's presented, you would think that obviously we are substantially higher in terms of our case rate. However, I went back and did the numbers to see how much testing did we do in the 3 days leading up to the peak of July 17th. We averaged 452 tests in those 3 days leading up to July 17th. In the 3 days leading up to our peak of 21.6, we did 1,279 tests, over 3 times higher, or approximately 3 times more tests in the 3 days leading up to this peak than were performed in the 3 days leading up to the peak in July. So at the positivity rate that we saw in July, which also coincidentally happened to be at the peak of July 17th, our positivity rate, as your chart shows, was at 7.6%. At 7.6%, had we run the same number of tests that we're running today, our total case rate in July would have been 24.3 cases per day. It would have been higher than what we're experiencing right now by a factor, a fairly sizable factor. So just perspective, and this goes back to the point that I've been making all along in regard to these tiers that have set us up to fail. Our positivity rate began to decline. We peaked on this peak on November 15th at 6.8%. It started to drop and has dropped consistently to where we are today at 5.9%. So a reduction of 11% in our peak positivity rate. Interestingly, November 15th was the day before the governor shoved us back into purple. For a 7-day rolling positivity to be dropping on that day, it means that the case rates or the positivity rates from preceding days must also have been trending down in order for the peak to then begin to drop from that point down. So arguably, we got shoved back into the purple when the governor pulled his emergency brake, when we were already trending down in our positivity rate. And yet we look at charts like this, which show our case rate off because of our testing. And I'm just concerned that it feeds the fear that is out there about the prevalence of this disease. The other thing that I have focused on, both at this board and elsewhere, is the issue of because of COVID versus with COVID, and talking about hospitalizations. And because I raised the issue back over the summer, we finally started tracking that. And all through July, August, September, October, if you go back and look at our case rates of hospitalizations because of versus with, they're always in the 90s, 90%. They're identified because of as opposed to with. Yesterday it was at 82%. So all of a sudden, we're having cases show up in the 129 total that are counting against us. We're having 23, I believe, of those cases that are not because of, they're with, which then leads me to the question, where are these cases coming from? Is this all really the spread of COVID, or is there something else at play? Which had me go look at our flu data. And interestingly, I have the map here of the United States, and this is as of the week of ending November 21st, so just last week. And when I look at the map of the U.S., I see no states in a high flu activity, no states in a moderate, one state in a low moderate flu activity, but everything else in minimal. And I thought, that's interesting. I wonder how that compares to the same week last year. This is what that map looks like. And on this map, same week last year, we had 14 states, moderate or higher, going all the way up to Louisiana in very high, several states, Texas, Alabama, Mississippi, and Georgia, in the high end of the high tier. So we go from last year, pre-COVID, to fairly substantial flu case spread to this year, same week, no discernible flu case spread. Looking at it another way, we look at the chart, and this is all CDC. I just pulled this straight off the CDC's website. Looking at it another way, the green line represents last year's flu season. What's interesting to me about that green line is last year's flu season had not one, not two, but 3 flu spikes. And if you look at the total volume above what's the indicated as the national baseline at 2.6%, the total volume of last year's flu season was higher than any other flu season that they've recorded on this chart. And then something happened on week 13. That third peak on week 13 dropped off the face of the earth. What else happened on week 13? Congress passed the CARES Act. And the CARES Act identified COVID cases would be paid at 30% higher Medicare reimbursement than other cases and 3 times payment for folks who ended up on ventilators. But what's particularly interesting to me, forget about what happened as a result of the CARES Act in week 13. Look at how we are emerging into the 2021 flu season. Forget how we ended 1920. We are emerging, this is the bottom line right here with have the triangles. We are emerging into this flu season at a lower rate than recorded in any other year that's represented on this chart. We don't have a single other year that started as low, remained as low, ever got as low as we are in this year. And so again, going back to the things that I think have set us up to fail. Now, to Congress's credit, I mean, even though we can honestly say we survived the highest peak by virtue of adjusting for the numbers, we survived the highest peak in July with no help from the CARES Act because we didn't get our first CARES dollars until after that peak ended and we were on our way down the backside. So Congress, by delivering the funds to the state of California and then Governor Newsom refusing to give those funds to 42 counties, Congress empowered the governor to withhold those funds from us. They might not have done anything to help us beat COVID in Placer County, but it looks like they might have beat the flu with the CARES Act and the way that they define things. So I guess we should give them credit for that. But here we are talking today with this governor talking about potentially an even more restrictive lockdown, a mandatory stay-at-home order, regardless of what's going on in your counties or in your communities. And we are basing it off of fear. We're basing it off of numbers that don't meet the threshold that we've already been through. Now, could we potentially reverse course? Could our positivity rate turn back around and climb? Absolutely, that's possible. Our hospitalizations, we have capacity. The governor just last week was bragging that we still have the hospitalization capacity. So yet again, I'm wondering, what are we doing at the county level with other counties to point these issues out to the governor, who continues to insist on a statewide one-size-fits-all, lock everybody down approach? Are we pushing back substantially on that at all?
Yes, and thanks, Supervisor Euler. I'll brought up several issues, and I wanted to comment on, I guess, your last, I think, question first about, advocacy. I don't have a special audience with the governor or the governor's office, and maybe Todd can speak to other, lobbying efforts. I do know, getting more involved with CDPH and with our different associations who work with local public health, and even you mentioned the, some of the guidance we've had an opportunity. Youth sports guidance is one where we've had an opportunity, although that still has not come out yet. But we had an opportunity in certain areas to provide some feedback on different areas of guidance to CDPH and to the state. I know the ski industry guidance, which may be forthcoming, we've had an opportunity to provide some input. But I don't know if Todd has anything else to say about other efforts to. I know CSAC, other associations are working at different levels of state government.
Item 6A, our next agenda item, will give us an opportunity.
Okay. We just wanted to briefly talk about, you brought up the flu season, and I agree it's been delayed for sure in its onset this year. And so part of our message, and we're hopeful, like in the Southern Hemisphere, maybe it's going to be less of a flu season. That would be great, given the impacts that our hospitals are starting to experience now with COVID. But it's quite possible that our prevention efforts, as you said, for COVID are also having some benefit on reducing, at least delaying the flu season. And then your point around the case rate, and I appreciate your perspective, because the case rate does have a lot of variability to it, and I think that's that is some feedback we gave on the tier framework in our adjudication, is that maybe the case rate in and of itself isn't the best metric for tier assignment, because it's can move around a lot, and it can create the perception that testing is driving that rate. Again, in Placer, I don't think that's the case. I think and actually now we're getting credit, our case rate being adjusted for our testing, but for sure there's a lot of variability in the case rate. So you're correct, it's bounced around a lot in the last couple of weeks, and we're hopeful that this means that maybe things are turning around. It's a leading indicator, so I think it's an important indicator to have, the case rate because we can't really wait on hospitalizations and ICU admissions. But if we wait until then, just to look at that data set alone, that's a lagging indicator. Certainly deaths would be a lagging indicator. But I agree that the case rate has a lot of variability, and that's why we should look at it along with other metrics for sure.
Thank you. I have a quick question, Dr. Oldham, and it's in regards to the severity of the COVID cases. The death rate certainly has not spiked in conjunction with the cases, which is a very good thing. I understand that being able to take care of these patients has gotten better. The protocols of medicine, et cetera, has gotten better. Can you address that? Because I think what's so interesting is the death rates have not increased. People are not getting as sick. There is increased infection rates. I mean, there's more infections, but at the same time, the severity is not as great. And if you could address that and what we're seeing, I think that would be helpful to understand.
Yeah, I thank you, Supervisor Gore. Yeah, I agree that our hospitals and other healthcare providers. We just talked with Dr. Hull from Sutter Roseville yesterday, and I think they're gaining a lot more experience with COVID, and so they're able to certainly keep more and more patients out of the ICU, which is concerning given we're still seeing our ICU beds, the growth there. So I think they're working really hard and they're learning a lot, and still with all that knowledge, our ICUs are still starting to be impacted. And I agree that things seem to be improving. I will caution us in looking at the deaths, and we have now had our 70th death from COVID in Placer County. We've talked before about it being a lagging indicator, and so it's a little bit. We'll have to wait to see with this recent surge kind of what the impact on deaths. We're hopeful that we won't see the same mortality rate as we saw in the spring, but I guess that we'll still have to wait, given that that's a lagging indicator on for deaths.
All right, thank you. It looks like there are no questions. Oh, you do.
Yeah, I had another question. Are we maximizing the adjustments that we can get through testing to our case rate? In other words, are we doing enough testing to be able to maximize that offset?
I think your question is, are we doing enough testing to maximize the offset for that we get in the case rate adjustment?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So we're that's based on the state median of testing. I think we've talked before about that's a moving median, but so lots of counties have increased their testing as well. But we've actually been able to increase our testing more than the average, like the Lake Wobegon. We're better than average, and despite the fact that everyone's doing more testing, but still, even in that environment, we have been able to, and that's why we were above the state median.
Okay, thank you. And then this morning, I participated in a discussion, and Tahoe Forest Hospital reported their capacity at about 80 to 85%. Obviously, growing numbers, but still have capacity, and we still have capacity at our other hospitals. And I want us to monitor that closely, for any changes there, obviously working with our healthcare community. We have had a lot of cases, and it looked to me like, looking at the numbers in our young adults in that population. And I actually was just speaking with somebody the other day who had given blood and ended up testing positive for antibodies, but never remembered having anything. So to our update next in December, mid-December, we're going to have an update on our seroprevalence test. But that was interesting to me because this person did not recall ever having any symptoms or being in contact with anyone who had had symptoms, but yet had the antibodies when he donated blood. So it was an interesting study. And I just wanted to take a minute to thank all of the staff again. I know how hard you're working in these trying times. I know you don't necessarily agree with everything that the governor is doing or what our state is doing, but trying to walk that fine line between where our business community needs to be, where our community members want to be, and protecting our health, all the work you're doing in mental health and our child protective services. I thank you so much for all of those efforts. And please thank all the staff, because they've been working around the clock for the last 9 months. I don't know how we could ever possibly thank them enough.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Gustafson. I totally agree, and I appreciate, by the way, Amy and Twyla speaking today. Just to highlight, it's across, public health getting a lot of attention, but across HHS and our partners, and there's so many people who are contributing to this effort. And we couldn't do it without all of the support and just the length of time that people have been out at this as well. I'm coming late in the game here in the fall, returning from to the county, but people who've been at this for 8-9 months, and it's really inspiring for me. So thanks for recognizing them.
Since we were tied up in the meeting, did the governor announce anything today? Do you know, at noon?
I have not heard anything. I'm monitoring my email. I know there's some discussions as you're talking about, but potentially a forthcoming statewide stay-at-home order. That he talked about. Kind of hinted at yesterday, but I haven't heard anything official yet.
Yeah, well, we know what happens when he hints, then it typically comes out. And our concern, of course, is we went through quite a bit of turmoil in trying to enforce the last one or not enforce it, and trying to educate people on it, and trying to change human behavior is extremely challenging. And so anything we can do to urge them to look at other ways to address this issue versus stay-at-home orders, because I think it gives people, what we saw was people finger pointing and tracking their neighbors and tracking trips and trying to make judgments on others versus staying home and protecting themselves. And there was a lot of that animosity that grew in our communities, and it's just not what we need. It doesn't help solve the issue.
Thank you. We need to go ahead and open this up to the public. So I'm sure we probably have some calls on the line.
Amber, go ahead and give your comments for the record.
Oh, great. Hi, good morning or afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for taking my call, and thank you to everyone who's been working so hard to keep all of our citizens safe in our community. My name is Amber Gardner, and I actually had sent an email to Beverly Roberts, which she shared. I've been sending many emails for many months, but this recent one I sent on November 17th and asked her to forward it to Dr. Oldham as well as Mike Romero. And I wanted to add something that I wasn't aware of at the time that I sent the email. I made everyone aware of what was going on with our governor having that beautiful dinner with all of his friends. But what I wasn't aware of is that when he was having that dinner, he was actually sitting with the CEO of the California Medical Association and one of our top healthcare lobbyists, which is so disgraceful and terrible as people are losing their lives and their livelihoods due to the lockdown. They're having a party, not wearing any masks, not social distancing. So I just wanted to bring that up. That leads me to question COVID at all. I mean, is this whole thing a fraud? So I just wanted to add that because I became privy to that information after I sent the email. But I also wanted to highlight the PCR testing that has been highly inaccurate and unreliable. I've done so much research and I've talked to so many people who have told me that they have never even done a test and got positive results. I even spoke with the Rockland Mayor, Greg Janda, who knows people personally in our county who've never been tested for COVID but received COVID-19 results, positive results, which is puzzling to me. So my question is, why are the taxpayers funding testing and tracking and tracing for this disease? And this disease is terrible, but it has a 99.996% survival rate. Why aren't we, celebrating that and focusing on what we can do to, support our immune systems with fruits and vegetables, and staying hydrated, and as well as lowering our stress and exercising? I see no one in our public health department talking about these things that can benefit our bodies. All I hear is fear, 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 you're going to die, and you need a vaccine. Well, my family's been injured by vaccines, so one more vaccine could kill us. So that's definitely not a route that we want to go. But I'm very concerned because just today I heard Dr. Oldham say that he is able to send out a public health order, and if he thinks that you're a threat, if you don't follow his health orders, that it's punishable by a criminal misdemeanor. And that's really scary to me. And so what I wanted to know is there a law? If so, what is that law? I'd like to look it up because last time I checked, I'm a law-abiding citizen. And if I can't wear a mask for a health reason, I'm breaking his health order. So would I go to jail for that? How does that work? So I do have some questions for Dr. Oldham. So a few questions.
Amber, you're coming up on the 3-minute mark. So
okay,
if you can wrap it up, and if there are questions that you still have, you are welcome to submit them in writing, and we can also get your answers that way.
Okay, great. I'll be really quick. So if a person does not consent, as it's their right to do so, Dr. Oldham, are you planning on stating their public health threat and forcing COVID-19 tracking and testing, COVID-19 vaccines and flu vaccines? Also, are you planning on forcing the flu vaccine and COVID vaccine to healthcare workers for a disease with a 99.996% survival rate? And those were my last questions. And I thank you all for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Sierra, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, everybody, and good afternoon. I was originally wanting to comment to ask multiple questions based off the very biased and incomplete data by Dr. Oldham. However, I feel that Mr. Uller has thoroughly answered and showcased how inaccurate and incomplete the data actually is. One thing I do want to mention, though, is that myself and others have already emailed the board several science-based articles showing how unreliable PCR tests are and how they should not be used in the attempt to control the public. It has also come to my attention that both influenza A and B are being tied in with these PCR tests and being used at a very high threshold. I'm requesting to know what the current threshold is and what it was prior to the uptick in this threshold. As we should all know, the higher the threshold, the lower the reliability of these tests become. The flu season was mentioned, and Dr. Oldham had said that it is just slow to start. However, the CDC has come out and said that they will not be tracking it this year. It is on their website. So that is very inaccurate. I do agree with the previous caller in that we need to be saying positive things like the recovery rate being greater than 99% and how we can be healthy in these times with nutrition and exercise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Kathleen, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gore and the Board of Supervisors and staff. My name is Kathleen Crawford, and I live in Sun City, Roseville. I'm not going to comment on the cherry picking of statistics that is going on by Supervisor Euler, but I do want to go back to the published statistics on the Placer County website. As of 6 p.m. last night, there were 6,622 cases countywide. Now, since I live in Roseville, I kind of looked at the 3 zip codes right in Roseville, and those 3 zip codes account for 2,723, or 41% of the cases in our county. South Placer, which of course is much larger than just Roseville, but again, it is the more populous end of the state, end of the county, accounts for 5,479, or 83% of all of the positive cases in the county. So 3 zip codes in Roseville account for 41%, and all of South Placer accounts for 83%. There's been an 18% increase over the last 14 days, and your 7-day average is 20.2 cases per 10,000. Another statistic that's pretty alarming to me is the number of cases in the 5 to 17-year-old age group. There are 618 cases. Schools have been back in session on mostly a hybrid kind of model for the last 2 months. And these cases are starting to really begin to mount up. And of those cases, many of the children are fairly asymptomatic, but they're still spreading the disease. And so as a result, we have a situation here in Placer where we are increasingly showing greater widespread in our community, particularly in the South Placer area. And we need to do more to enforce the businesses and the schools to be safe so that that kind of spread is curtailed. And it is really important that we manage this with leadership. And the leadership needs to come from the Board of Supervisors and some direction to the county sheriff about enforcement at the sports venue that is holding weekend tournaments with hundreds of children and their families participating. I think staging 2 or 3 Placer County Sheriff cars in that parking lot and stopping those tournaments would do a great deal to getting the message out about how unsafe it is and what we need to do to really turn this around in our county before we actually do run out of ICU beds and hospitalization becomes very problematic. So those are my comments, and I hope that you will seriously consider changing course and taking this much more seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
There is no further public comment.
Thank you. We'll bring it back. Well, actually, no item on this. No action is taken on this item. Thank you. I appreciate the update. You know, I find it fascinating. It is unfortunate that our kids are getting COVID, but our kids are not dying from COVID, and our kids are healthy and strong. And of those 6,000 cases, those young people, those 6,000 cases, those people have recovered. These people have recovered, thank goodness. And that's great. And there are a lot of folks who want us to take action and put sheriff deputies in front of places, but that doesn't stop people from personal responsibility of wearing this and washing your hands and social distancing. And if you are concerned, staying home and taking care of yourself and your loved ones. And I look at the data and I'm concerned about increased cases, but the entire state has increased, even those areas that were shut down even more than our county. And I just don't see how we can continue to shut down this economy and our society and our schools based on numbers that are they're even less than other types of deaths and concerns in our community. I'll leave it at that. Supervisor Gustafson?
Yeah, Dr. Oldham, do you know how our case rate in California, Placer County, California, compares to the other states in the nation? Because last I looked, we were down in the low 40s for numbers per 100,000. And I think sometimes we forget to look at that. Where I live, it being so close to Nevada, I'm very well aware that Nevada's cases are 50 to almost 80% higher than in California. And so a lot of the fear of Californians coming to visit Lake Tahoe, they should be more worried about the others coming if we're gonna point fingers. Not that I want to point fingers, but is the governor and are the health officers in the state looking at those numbers and trying to bring a reality? Because the stay-at-home order is only going to affect California residents.
Yeah, and I think to answer your question, yes, California's most of the metrics statewide are better than many, I think most other states in the United States. I think there's kind of a recognition of that. For instance, some of the travel guidance reflects that we're that's one of the concerns of and quite frankly, I think we focus a lot on what we're doing at the local level to control COVID, and I think it's all very important. But the trend is when people ask me the biggest reason why we're surging right now, obviously is kind of the trend in the state and in the country, which is certainly California and I think Placer has generally been a little bit below the California average. Again, the case rate, as Supervisor Euler points out, bounces around a little bit, but on some of the metrics, we've been performing probably better than the state average, which is better than the national.
Right. And what's the best site that I could look at for as reliable data as we can get at this point to help educate folks?
Yeah, there's a lot of good information out there. We like our dashboard. The CDC has good information as far as just the data. Johns Hopkins University has a great kind of COVID data website. There's a lot of good information out there. There's some other things as well, and I think we link to all the websites that I mentioned through the Placer County HHS website. If you just want to go there for one-stop shopping, you can go visit those other sites from there.
Great. Well, I appreciate that because I think it's helpful to put it in context of what we're experiencing about the holiday season and ski season, and trying to understand the dynamics of visitation and or lack thereof if that were to occur. And I just, again, any urging we can do to put it in context and deal with the reality of who is going to enforce the stay-at-home order and what really is that going to mean to so many in our community if we just have to shut things down, or if people refuse to shut things down, and then what we're asked to do. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Dr. Oldham, I forgot that somebody did ask a question, which I think is worth following up on, and that's the question about PCR testing. Can you give any insight as far as your understanding of the PCR testing and maybe some controversies about how effective that testing is?
Yeah, well, I guess there are a couple of points that were brought up around testing. One was this idea that people were getting positive, not being tested, which I think that's not accurate. And so if you have a result like that, please, you can share that with public health, and we can follow up on that. I have just anecdotally heard that there may be some scam work going on where people, but that's not something that we've been able to validate as being accurate. The thing about the reliability of PCR tests in particular, so PCR is the molecular test, and that technology has been around for a long time. The literature suggests a very strong reliability, both being sensitive and PCR tests are sensitive and specific for the virus that causes COVID, SARS-CoV-2. There, some of the questions around the threshold, the cycle threshold time affects, whether before the test picks that up. But in all cases, if your test is positive, it's almost you are shedding virus. So really, PCR testing, as opposed to some of the other tests that are out there, the antigen testing, I believe that's what Elon Musk and others, those are less reliable. They should be used primarily in people who are symptomatic, and so when used on asymptomatic patients, they have less reliability, and that's known. But PCR is the gold standard of testing. Actually, PCR, that molecular technology, that's what we use in law enforcement too. For so that there's a long history of PCR being proven to have very high reliability.
Thank you. And then your department will provide an update at the end of this week, correct? The first Friday of the month, where you do an update on sort of a summary of what you've seen regarding COVID in the past month, correct? And the trends?
Yes, correct. Yeah, so our monthly kind of epidemiology report will be published, supposed to be published this Friday.
All right, so we'll look forward to seeing that. Thank you. Appreciate the update from you and your team, Dr. Oldham.
Thank you.
Move to item 6A, the Healthy Communities Resolution. Todd, do you want to start that off?
Yeah, so this is a resolution for your consideration this afternoon. And it obviously ties into the conversation that was just had around hardships and the impacts caused by COVID-19, the pandemic, and approaches to potentially reduce that for your consideration. So back on August 28th, there was a state public health department release around this blueprint for a safe economy. This was the state's effort to do safe progression of opening businesses and closing businesses based on a certain criteria in a tiered system. However, over those number of months, things have obviously evolved and continue to evolve. The landscape in Placer County is obviously very unique from the rest of the state, and I think the state in general, each county could say they have some unique characteristics that may be a little different than what a statewide impact may be. And as we've seen, and there was conversations in the presentation before, impacts beyond just COVID-19, whether it's public health related, suicide prevention, addiction related activities have spiked in various areas. What this resolution speaks to is really 4 different characteristics and primary focuses here. I'd like to speak to those 4. The first one's really the ability from a local government perspective and a local entity to address COVID-19 in your own individual community, utilizing local data and circumstances surrounding that to make those decisions. The next area is really about the geographic diversity of the county. Some people blowing leaves off the roof, I think. But the geographic diversity of this county obviously sometimes is ill-suited for a statewide or a countywide impact. And so this really speaks to having a more tailored approach, again, looking at geographic proximity and different even zip codes to say those circumstances may necessitate different levels of effort that we'd like to put in versus a blanket approach. The third item really speaks to the idea of school districts and the impact of our students being out of school and how do we open those schools. The board has put together and supported efforts to open our schools safely through testing sites, and we provided funding as part of our CARES contribution to our school districts to allow for that testing and in-person instruction where possible. And then finally, it's really we've been fortunate. We've been utilizing our CARES dollars, even though we received our final allotment in mid-October. We've been able to allocate a great deal of those dollars. But as you know, there's a significant amount of funds. Sometimes they have lead times for the acquisition of items and procurement of items. Some of those take some time. And currently, the CARES Act requires an expenditure and an encumbrance of those items at the end of the year, December 31st of 2020. That is not possible in many cases. And for us, we're doing some financing mechanisms to allow the utilization of those dollars where deemed appropriate and consistent with federal guidelines about use of CARES dollars. But we'd like to encourage the state and the federal government specifically to encourage them to do an extension of that time frame for that overall expenditure of funds beyond the December 31st time frame. And as has been discussed today, and at the federal level, I think there may be some conversations about that. So that may be taking place. So these are the key components of this resolution. I'd love to turn it back over to you, Chair Gore, and speak to maybe some of the emphasis behind this resolution and get some feedback from you.
Thank you, Todd. Back in October, a member of our board was invited along with supervisors, one supervisor from each county in the North State, from Senators Dolly and Nielsen and Assembly members Gallagher and Kiley, and they invited, and Dolly, yes, invited a supervisor from each county from the North State to have a conversation about COVID and how the North State and more rural areas are different than the urban areas, and what areas should we as a region advocate for as a region, because we are different than LA County or the Bay Area. So these are the 4 areas in a resolution that came about based on the collective discussions from our colleagues in other counties. And so we've been asked to consider this. Each of the different boards from different counties in the North State will be considering these. I think there are 7 or 8 counties considering this resolution today, and probably some next week as well. The intent is to demonstrate that there is some collective agreement amongst electeds in the North State that it is not a one-size-fits-all proposition when it comes to addressing COVID, and we need to demonstrate that there's some unity in what we're seeing here in our areas. So thus the resolution be before us, and I'd like to have a conversation about passing this resolution and joining in with our colleagues in the North State.
I think it's great.
All right, let's open it up to the public. If there are any comments from the public.
I see no public comment.
And I have a motion from Supervisor Euler, a second from Supervisor Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Thank you. All right, it looks like we are now moving to closed session.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider one item of existing litigation, two items of anticipated litigation, one item of conference with labor negotiators, a second item regarding unrepresented employees, conference of labor negotiations, and public employment CEO.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, on one item of anticipated litigation, I may have a conflict, so I'm going to recuse on that one and not join you for that part of closed session.
All right, thank you. All right, we're back from closed session. I will have county council report out.
The board met in closed session and considered the following. Placer County Deputy Sheriff's Association versus County of Placer. The board heard a report. No action was requested or taken. Under anticipated litigation, on the first item of anticipated litigation, the board heard a report and authorized the filing of an amicus brief. On the second item of litigation, during which Supervisor Gustafson recused herself, the board heard a report and authorized action. On the next item of conference with labor negotiators, the board heard a report. No action was requested or taken. On the item of conference with labor negotiations regarding unrepresented employees, the board heard a report and provided direction. On the item of public employment CEO, the board heard a report and provided direction. That concludes the report out of closed session.
Thank you. And with that, we have finished our business and we will adjourn to our next scheduled meeting, which is Tuesday, December 15th.
Okay, all right.